says we're live. Still says upcoming. There you go.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everybody. Sorry about that, we're a little bit late on the intro there. Model Affliction Monday. Welcome. I think we might be better off doing a advisory thing, but it is Model Affliction Monday, so Might get on with that tomorrow. Everything goes for tonight. Model Affliction. Let it all out. Got some good fun stuff coming. For the Model Afflicted, because they are on overdrive at the minute. Since finding out that there is no such thing as horizontal, the globally Model Afflicted are struggling, and they are now battling against the flat Earth afflicted that have now picked up on the same sort of an argument. They want to turn it into something else as well. So it's some fun times coming, like really fun. But at the minute, we've been dealing with, I call it the Paralogism Advisory Council, the PAC. And they have, they're the ones that are delivering the non-arguments for the Model Afflicted to be able to use in order for them to discuss or work around the main issue. Now, this main issue is really geometry. It's always been there. It'll never change. And the argument has already been had thousands of years ago. The original argument has already been had over thousands of years ago. But this argument that's about to come about in the minds of everybody at the minute is a pretty recent argument, about 130 years old, 150 years old, something like that. And that's one that drives people mad. Literally drives people mad trying to solve it. To which we are going to be addressing it. This is the Model Affliction. This is what drives people mad. Most people get engrossed in it. Most people end up picking a side, and then that side is in a forever battle. I guess we here on the level have developed epoche, just reserving judgment. Anything to do with dogma, just leave it at the side. Put it in that we don't know. We know we don't know. Because we know we don't know. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not really. It's not going to make any difference. And that's where we're at the minute. There's within this arena that we're all in, I guess, people listening, maybe not in it, maybe just curious bystanders listening to what it is, but we just are here in this Discord server, and some of the strangest things that have been occurring. And we've got, like I say, we've got the Paralogism Advisory Council. Now that is the guys that lead what I'm calling the Blue Marble scientific method. And that scientific method is based around contradictions and acceptance and avoidance of the contradictions. Now, this one particular show is called, well, I think we're going to be doing it this week, actually, all week. all week this week we will be doing advanced simplicity, a lesson in, and using advanced simplicity to break down these global antinomies. Now I can go over the antinomy, but I think that was another word from Buster. Thank you very much, Buster. I don't know, did we go over it last week? Might have gone over it on Friday.
We introduced it, but
yeah.
didn't go through it in detail.
Okay. So, these are the global antinomies. Now, these antinomies are based around this contradiction. And a contradiction is something that shows up when you employ logic. I'm not so sure whether they actually show up if you don't employ logic. But since logic is logic, the scientific method, it is mathematics, it is geometry, you can't get away from it. You use logic to employ the fact that if you burn your hand in a fire, you use logic to remember to not put your hand in the fire. Simple, really. So that's what logic is, just there. Logic tells us that 1 + 1 is 2, because 1 is equal to 1. They're the same, and that's similar to geometry, for instance, when you're talking about parallel lines. So that's what we're going to be doing this week, trying to hopefully break down a few of these. Now, we've got a few things in the pipeline. Mobius in particular is having a conversation with Blue. He's coming up with some clips to show the contradictory nature of Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science, the guy from YouTube, but actually the Blue Marble scientific method, and the way they literally cannot see a contradiction. The antinomies that these Blue Marble scientists have to separate them from, actual scientists. And when you think of a scientist, is somebody who is using a logical process to work out things in reality and what they do and whatever. So the methods will change for whatever it is you're wanting to acquire knowledge from. And that knowledge would normally need experience in order for you to gain knowledge. You have to have experience within the thing. That gaining of the knowledge, call it science, and the actual method employed would be a logical process. If you laying down, call it an argument, the process that derives the conclusion, but that goes along with the experience of that actual argument. Within debate, you need to have the experience of actually using the argument to its fullest. Some people maybe not doing that with the scientific method, particularly the Blue Marble scientific method. It's a strange way. It's nothing to do with actual science or actual scientific method. Just around accepting contradictions. Contradiction acceptance science. That is the science of the Blue Marble. And well, I don't know whether anybody knows I know most of the people within this Discord server, we talk about these sort of things. I'm not so sure that there's so much communication goes on. Think what happens within these particular scientific method is that they focus on the person rather than the actual argument, and then derive some way of dismissing an argument because of some personal trait or something that somebody else said at some other time, rather than actually addressing the argument. I don't know who's Dart. Does anybody know who Dart is? He's asking me, the new video star of the show. What video is that, Dart? I've not got a clue who he is. Oh, he's gone. Did he delete that, or did somebody get rid of him? What was that? What's going on there? Somebody's talking to me. Does anyone know who that is? Anyone heard of that before?
I have no idea.
He disappeared. He's gone. So, I'll lay out the blue marble scientific method for you. You're having a conversation with somebody, and they say something that sounds a little bit fucking strange. So you question them on it. You use a bit of the elenchus. They make some sort of a claim, or seem to make some sort of a claim, but it's a bit vague. So you inquire, and they get even vaguer. And then they start to get defensive about it, and then you ask why they're getting defensive, and then they normally call you some sort of a name or something, and then find some excuse to leave the conversation, so leaves you not knowing what you're meant to be doing or saying.
Yeah, it does.
Is that hot mic? Can I hear?
You do it.
Oh, Kevin. Well, let's get that. Somebody mute Kevin. I don't know whether that's going to be a hot mic issue.
How's your day?
No, I tell you what, I'll do it. There you go. Kevin will have to let us know whenever he comes back. Where was I? Scientific method. Never mind.
Somebody is leaving because he abandoned Elenchus, and what else did you say?
Oh, right, yeah. So the blue marble scientific method. We're trying to work out exactly what that is about. So you get in a conversation with somebody, and I'm just asking as well this, because I don't know, because I'm not privy to actually seeing any of the conversations that go on. So the conversations or the chats or whatever, hopefully an actual conversation, not just in text. But so you ask somebody something, a question, elenchus happens, they get triggered and then leave. And that's the main part, I think. I'm not sure about it, but that person will then go away within the blue marble scientific community and take this problem that you've just exposed them to, that they may not have been aware of, or they didn't know how to deal with the conversation that you were doing, and they take that back into their community, the blue marble scientific community, to which they then decide how to deal with this particular problem. Now that can have many different tactics, but we found that quite a few years ago actually, that saying level is a straight line on a horizontal plane was perhaps one of the most triggering things you could ever say to anyone, really, within this. Well, I'd still contest to anyone other than the people in this Discord server. Everybody else that we've ever talked to this about has found some way to get awfully upset about it. And that goes for family as well. Anybody you really talk to. It's a very strange conversation to get into when you start with such a group of people that have been within this arena. And like I say, I've never really wanted to be in this arena like I have been tied to this arena. I guess it's only because I met Emma and Spot On the reason that I'm really still around it. And because I was inquisitive about what the fuck was going on. Just seemed so foreign to me. The way people within this arena literally didn't, back then, didn't employ any logic. Now it's on the lips of everybody, logic, but what is it? What is the foundations of it? Where do all of these, this advanced simplicity, once you start thinking about it, once you try thinking about it, it gets much deeper. Very, very tricky conversation. The advanced simplicity shows itself to be endless within its simplicity as well. That's the problem, is it's that simple that there must have been something going on for nobody else to have mentioned it or even thought about it. Because since day one, coming in, not being a flat earther, but asking questions, there has always been this one particular thing that people can't address. They will try and not address the issue in any way they can. Especially when we've been talking about this as simply as possible, to break down everything to that simple level, to make it easy for even a child to understand. And it's not about the shape of the earth. It never has been. This is about the simple logic and the understanding, and where that simple logical process can get you to. I don't know if Mobius is not really a good connection. Anybody got anything else for model affliction? I don't want to ramble on. But we've been at this for long enough now, and since I've actually had the debate about level being horizontal and all horizontals being parallel, like, I've had that debate. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it that Blue Marble Science wanted to go up against me with those topics, and he thinks he's won. That's the surprising thing. Now, because blue marble science isn't really a big name within the earth-shaped debate, but I mean, he is blue marble science. He's the one that gave me the finishing part that I needed to completely understand everything I need to know about this blue marble. The scientific method now is the completion of that. It's contradictory, the whole thing. It has to be. It has to be contradictory the moment you employ logic. So, as far as I can see, the only way we can deal with this is, well, we actually employ logic. But the only way you can have this model that you want to employ, you have to not use logic. You have to have something filter out the logic and override it. I don't know how that's done. That's what I've been doing here for the last 3 years. Developing relationships with people based around a logical understanding, and helping them, with them, discussing that logic to find out how another group of people can go into arguments, debates, and all sorts of stuff without any arguments, without any logic, not employing any logic at all. The moment you employ one single bit of logic to the model, they'll run. They'll start calling you names. Oh, darts WS.
There was something I wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
Off you go.
I'm curious as to what drives people to spend all day, every day, arguing over this topic in a Discord.
Mm-hmm. I've always
Can
wondered why
anyone
they're
help
coming.
me out? And why there's a never-ending supply of people who are willing to set these places up, which, I mean, they're not nice places, are they?
Combative,
there
but
any-
without any argument.
Yeah. The same people over and over again, nobody new, and if there is, they're gone pretty quick. So what is the draw? Because I don't get it. I really don't. And the sort of people that you have to associate with every day and talk to, and you know they're liars, both sides. So what is the point in talking to them? I'm lost.
Well, I think for you to understand that somebody's a liar, you have to find the contradiction that they're trying to tell you, don't you? The falsehood. Now, if you don't have any logic, how do you know what's true or false? I'm not too sure that they get that about liars and falsitivity and all of that sort of stuff. It seems a bit strange. If you're a diletheist, how do you know what's true or false when both can be true? That's what we're trying to find out, right? I think that's how you enable yourself to become a blue marble scientist, or obviously the other side, the flat scientists, the ones that put flat everywhere, like a flat line and a flat plane and a flat door flat window. Everything's flat to one group of people. And the other people have the not that.
No, because see, there's someone in the chat. You'll get these people because it doesn't fit your what flat narrative. I don't have one. Right?
Somebody did. Jeff mentioned flat in the chat. So that obviously triggers everybody into some sort of narrative that we don't have.
It's ridiculous, right? Stop this arguing over the shape of the earth. Why? What are you doing? We're not interested. We're talking about other stuff.
I would say that many people want to resolve their existential psychological problems. That's why they are here.
What, by sitting in a room and just arguing in endless circles?
Yeah, this is therapy, self-therapy.
Getting angry and, it's really strange.
Yes, it is. It is. I agree.
They don't want to hear it as well. Right? People don't want to hear it, but I mean, it's going to come. It's not flat. Level isn't flat. Have you ever seen a level? They're not flat. They're tools.
Some idiot, right? Come on. How dumb is this? Earthquake on flat Earth map. How can that be?
That's
what
the
kind
question.
of
What?
This is the same when Glober is asking how tectonic plates are working on flat Earth. So, yes, that kind of dummy questions with begging the question. So this question with a thesis inside.
Judging? I'm not judging. I'm just making observations. RH.
Yeah.
Everybody makes observations about everybody else. I'm just making some of my own for a change.
People are obsessed. I said that at the beginning. People get into this
Yep.
too deep. And that's where the madness sets in. Got to keep a grip on it, what you're talking about.
If you're sat in a room arguing with people and you're like, what am I doing? I don't even like these people. Why would you go away and then come back the next day and do exactly the same thing?
You think you're teaching somebody. You want to be a teacher.
But do you? I mean, I don't feel
know.
like I need to teach or why does anybody want to convert anybody anyway? Just go and find out things for yourself, truth for yourself. What is... why then would I go and say, oh my God, I must convert my next door neighbor. Must. No. I'm just laughing at Kev in the chat. Don't tell everyone. Yeah, I've been out hunting dinosaurs.
Yeah. The only madness is not knowing for a fact the shape of the earth.
Yeah, if you know that for a fact, then you're fucking insane, mate.
Yeah, that's if that's what you think madness is, then yeah, you're well on the way, mate. Don't worry about it. That's why you're here, mate. That's why you're making silly comments like that in the chat. This isn't about the shape of the earth. People keep bringing it to us. If you listen back to any one of the 800 videos, we're not talking about the shape of the earth. We never have been. It's just everybody within this arena is. And you can't stop them from talking about the shape of the earth. Everything's got to an
yeah.
argument has got to do with the shape of the earth for some reason. They can't just have a conversation about reality.
Mm-hmm. But we have to give it some. I mean, this topic did make me stop and think.
Yeah.
But not for the reason. Like, I'm not sitting here arguing over the shape of the earth every day. That I don't care about that. What keeps me here is the conversations we have in here, and then people watching. I enjoy people watching.
Yeah.
Bev, stop. You know for a fact you are.
I bet that's somebody like Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Brenda on a different account. Come on, guys. A 1/16. A 16th. And now these people they're the ones that get upset about people calling people names, people misgendering people about that. Isn't that strange? Everything we talk about in here is pure logic. It's got facts. It's got proofs behind it. Whoever that is in the chat, WS or something like that.
Yeah. Is my name Emma?
Of course it is.
Okay, so that's not a lie then.
Yeah.
Which means you've just lied, Rez.
Yep. Very easily. Everyone can see a liar lying. Everybody knows that. Like, everybody in this arena knows what they're doing. But the narrative that everybody goes with is for the common good. Nobody wants to address the issue. Like these guys in the chat here. They're scared of this.
I think that this is some fake account. This starting with a comment that we are lying here, it sounds similar, like Brenda or maybe Sean Hawkins, but more like Brenda type. I don't say that it is definitely Brenda, but a person with similar issues. Because someone new is talking that at start, this is start, we are lying. So, nonsense.
Yeah. I think it's like Farmer's Boy. He seems to be a bit big on.
It's quite an old account, but it's got nothing on it. So it's like someone's second, like their first account before they ever came to this topic, probably.
Res. Or like an old account that they've had saved for ages ago, you know, that they can just access.
2013.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a few of those in my time. We do watch this sort of stuff.
They're not important. So any mods out there, they're not important.
There we go. Check this out. We're talking about this. We might go over it. There was a video we did a bit ago. I suppose we could go over it. 2D balls. It's one of the talking points that people will have to get round to again, that we've had many times. These arguments go round in circles, and the avoidance is unbelievable for how many times both people that we talk to have to avoid these arguments. Now, one of them is that a guy called Brenda told me that I was abusing my child by teaching him Euclidean geometry. Literally. The person that gave us diletheism thinks that teaching your children geometry is child abuse. And that person is still around in this arena and praised, actually, within the Blue Marble scientific community for the work that he does, slandering people relentlessly. He's got awarded like a knighthood in some sort of scientific community. But this is another one that does it as well. Farmer's Boy calls himself Roger Peachy on Twitter. He'd probably say that's doxing him. He'll probably be saying I'm a doxer now because I've read out his name on Twitter and associated Farmer's Boy to this character. So I said I was talking to somebody and I posted the video that we may go over in a bit. Saying about people teaching basic geometry is, Roger Peachy, Farmer's Boy, the boy of the farmer, says no, teaching them the earth is flat could be construed as such, which is what you have done by all accounts. No, I've never said that to my son. I've always said it's not fucking flat. But people like Farmer's Boy like to keep doing that. They like to keep lying about me, slandering, libeling me. Doesn't really matter. People like Farmer's Boy and Brenda, and loads of people, they just make up things. So Farmer's Boy thinks, and this is another thing within this arena that we're not really in, just been studying people. This is one of the Blue Marble scientific methods of dealing with contradictions is just to slander people. They go away then, and then you can claim victory. Like the proper scientists actually do. Farmer's Boy, I don't know whether anybody knows who Farmer's Boy is, but he's the one that's always talking shit in the background and never comes out. Never comes to the front. He's always talking shit from about 10 foot away, from about 3 people behind. That's what a Farmer's Boy is. Within the scientific community anyway, of the Blue Marble scientific community, shit talkers. That's what Farmer's Boy. Yeah, well, I mean, he likes to say that everybody else is a coward for some reason, but not projecting. Like it's a Blue Marble scientific method, well practiced. You've probably seen it. Or if you haven't seen it, then you will get ready to be experiencing it because you're in here talking to me. And anybody that talks to me will normally end up with a Farmer's Boy somewhere in the background talking shit about them. Most people know what that's like. But I think it's done to keep new people away, to stop people from coming and talking. They don't want people being involved in this conversation, in this Discord server. It's too much.
Personally, it will not affect me. So
I hope so.
He can talk about me what he wants, but it will not stop me from saying what I have to say or I want to say.
Yeah. Now this one here is Roger Peachy again, the Farmer's Boy, telling everybody, look, this is what. So Dennis, who's like, he's a bit like a Farmer's Boy on Twitter. Like, they never talk. He might have been around to talk at some point, but obviously they're not going to come and talk to us anymore. He says, if you believe water at rest is flat and horizontal, and all horizontal planes are parallel, you are a flat earther. Well, guess what? Water at rest isn't flat. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. and all horizontal planes are parallel. But you can't say water at rest is flat, because you have to show the actual thing that you're talking about. You have to be able to say, this water here at rest is flat, which you would always end
surface.
up with a meniscus at either end, and then it would be false.
But still, not water is flat. Surface. In these conditions, only surface is.
Yeah, but
can
there's a
say that it's
meniscus
flat.
at each end. Like, whenever you're talking with anybody of these within the scientific, the blue marble scientific community, you know that anything that they can do to divert from any conversation about the actual thing that they're talking about, they will. Right? So,
Yes, I know. I know.
I'm just telling everybody out there, right? Because this is breaking down global antinomies. You cannot say water at rest is flat because of the meniscus, which there will always be at the edge. The edge of what? The edge of the container. Right? So it's not flat. Take flat out of your mind with this. It's not needed at all. Except for these blue marble scientists and the other guys as well, the ones that are fighting for the flat cause. Flat gang, baby. No, it's not. Right? So if you believe water at rest is flat, and I don't believe it's flat, I know it's not. I know flat's got nothing to do with this argument. All horizontal planes are parallel. Yes. That is true and provable through geometry. How do you establish a horizontal? Well, you use a water level or a level, any level. A tool called a level will establish a horizontal plane. That's what we've been saying. That's all that we've been saying. People listen. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Therefore, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It's not flat. 2 points at equal elevation establish straight line, the shortest distance between those 2 points. That's geometry. That's how geometry relates to reality. A water level, a spirit level, an alto level. All tools for establishing a horizontal plane. Is that horizontal plane flat? No. It's a horizontal plane. It only exists at the points that you're measuring. It's not actually a flat. So, that's sort of the way that argument goes. It says, if you believe all plumb lines on Earth are parallel, you are a flat earther. See, it's very much belief based. Because these guys are very faithful. It's one of the core tenets of the blue marble science community is faith. You've got to have faith. If you don't have faith, I'm not too sure whether you could actually be a part of the blue marble scientific community. You can't really ask questions internally within it, I'm guessing. And yeah, here we go, Peachy Boy. Gotta lie to Flurf. So he has to lie to people. It's part of the core tenets of the blue marble science the blue marble scientists know that in particular there's a group of people that they have to lie to. They're forced into lying to them. You can't talk honestly about anything, really. Yeah, so we've been dealing with the because the backlash at the minute is within the blue marble scientific community. Their leader, I think he's a leader, or he's maybe just the face on YouTube of the blue marble scientific community. Well, he within the debate that we had, he told me really that horizontal planes don't actually exist beyond a point, and since we all know that a point within geometry is that of which has no parts, blue marble science, the person, not the entire thing, has reduced a horizontal plane into a nothing. It is wrote in imaginometry, these things. In fact, if you care to have a look, imaginometry, check it out. You will find blue marble science, and the actual geometry employed within the blue marble scientific community is imaginometry. They will find most of their workings of how they do it. Now, we haven't gone into the psychology part of it and how the mind works, because we're still finishing off those little pieces, let's say, just to finish it off, because there's a little bit to follow of what we talk about that you will end up seeing the end part of what we're doing. Well, it looks like we've got somebody in the Discord chat as well now. Very good. Right, let's have a look. See, I've got some more. I got here. This is another one of the farmer's boy. He's not man enough to come and have a chat. Like I say, always about 3 rows back, talking shit. But like he's doing that there, talking about other people not being right, when really I think that's projection. He's not right. And he's not even brave enough to come and have a talk. He's like a little boy. Like a little boy still. I think that's why he's called himself Farmer's Boy. At some point, he might be a man, but I'm not too sure. Rumpus's mate. Very close. But nothing, sexuality's got nothing to do with this. Like Blue Marble says, everyone's accepted. It's good fun. Anybody, has anybody got anything else? Oh, did you know as well? Got this as well. Can you explain how Africa's upside down? Says Some weird guy. Like, what sort of a silly question's that? What's
In
upside
reference
down?
to what?
Yeah, what's upside down? I don't know.
He's talking about an actual place in reality, right?
I don't know. Like, Africa isn't upside down, but what's it showing us a picture like that got to do with it?
I'm pretty sure everybody in Africa is standing upright like normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're deluded. Literally. Crazy people. And remember, this is the guy that says, if you teach your children geometry, then that's, you know, illegal. I don't know. We're after protecting kids. Giving them a firm base of logic definitely helps people. Taking that away from people, well, that could be really disruptive. Gadget, no, we don't have people come in. Just the usual people. Yeah, nobody listens to nobody listens to Brenda. In fact, Brenda's been banned for his own good. He started proper slandering people, accusing people of committing all sorts of crimes. So that shouldn't be ever be heard, and nobody needs to hear that. The lengths that these blue marble scientists go to protect their scientific method and their discoveries. And we did hear at the weekend that they've unearthed a conspiracy. I don't know whether they're going to put it out and let everybody know about this conspiracy yet or not. But it's the biggest conspiracy you've ever heard. Ever. I'll let you into it, right? You think that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Think again. Wait until this blue marble science team get to that's the real blue marble, yeah. That's the original, the OG. So, yeah, anybody that thinks it's upside down, no. All of the other ones are upside down. Or that one, it doesn't really matter. Maybe we don't know what upside down is. Maybe the whole thing is upside down within the blue marble scientific method. Perhaps. Perhaps they don't know which way up is or down. Maybe they think down turns back into up again. All things could possibly happen. Up and down could be side to side. And Mike's showing us at the minute exactly how the how to expose a blue marble scientist. You point out that a radius is a straight line, isn't it? And watch them go mad.
I thought that was genius.
Yeah.
Radius, straight line,
Yeah.
straight line. How?
Yeah. Can't have straight lines. What about if there isn't a radius? Is what one of the ones that's going to come. I mean, we've heard them all before. I think we've heard every one of them. And believe me, we have had the very best that the Globe team has to offer. And the flat team, actually. I've been asking, because this is where I came into it. I had questions. And it seems like everybody I asked didn't really know anything. So we tried to simplify it and ask the question again, and they deflect, divert, try a bit of slander, call you a few names, try and put you in a box, then try and call names of the box that you're in, that they've put you in. Yeah, that's where we're at. I've had enough of people who are obsessed with the shape of the earth. This has never been about the shape of the earth. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't make any difference. And what does make a difference is the understanding that people have of each other, and the arguments. The arguments are the discussions that are worth having, and dealing with them like adults is the only way that you should be able to deal with these things. But Blue Marble, part of the Blue Marble scientific method is not addressing any of the issues with anybody outside of their own group. Because within this Blue Marble scientific community, you can belong in there, but you're not allowed to talk about it. It's this very secretive club, as you're going to find out when this conspiracy gets shown. And they've been keeping it all to themselves. And I think they're after a big payout on it. I mean, why else would you keep it quiet from people? I can't see why you'd want to keep it quiet. I mean, this is a common known fact that's right in front of people's faces, yet there's a certain group of people that have had an argument that isn't even an argument going for 6 or 7 years. And like Blue Marble has shown everybody, horizontals don't actually exist. If it is a globe, that is. If it is a globe, then horizontals don't exist. And the geometry that you know has been a lie. It's a conspiracy to hide everybody from it. The real geometry is imaginometry. Euclidean geometry is a trick. Logic, geometry, mathematics. It's got to go. You've got to have ridiculous stuff. I mean, I think that's why they don't like people teaching their children geometry, because it gives you an idea of logic, and it's wrong apparently. Undevelopable surfaces. I think they're a few years behind, to be honest. We've been doing this for a few years, and I think they're just catching up with what we were doing quite a bit ago. The model affliction stops you from seeing reality, the obvious, simple truth. Whereas advanced simplicity, that's where it's at. Who can't come along on a journey of into advanced simplicity if you've got the rhetoric and the understanding and the ability to show people things, simple things, within a simple argument? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing this week, hopefully, to break down global antinomies. And shout out to Blue Marble Science, Starcodder. I know nobody knows who he is. He's just a guy that's been in the Discord for years. So he's one of the top Blue Marble scientist geometers. He's just has no ability to talk to people. He can't voice anything. It's like a mute. And he can't even answer questions. He always has to deflect. It's shown us a lot about how the Blue Marble scientific group of people avoid certain topics. It's part of their scientific method. So for people like them, we're going to go over the last work of George Nutsack, God bless his soul, and that is RBD face differential leveling. It's a long video, but this is the method that has to be employed by the Blue Marble scientist community whenever they employ surveying. It's basically what Larry Scott and Jesse Kozlowski did, and where Blue Marble's going to be. Well, Blue Marble did his thing, but yeah, it will show how exactly they will be able to show how everybody's been fooled in the biggest conspiracy ever known to man. And you thought horizontals existed. You thought perpendiculars were a thing. It's going to be a biggie. Anybody got anything else? Oh, this is so much fun. We've been working for certain sort of things. Oh, look at that. Check this out. I did a GIF. There you go. The horizon is horizontal. Bev, try thinking. Me, I said that. Blue Marble Science says there is no horizontal in nature. Off you go. There's two competing sentences. One from yours truly, me, Bev, try thinking, saying the horizon is horizontal. And how did I come to that conclusion? Well, you can go from the fact that all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon and derive that the horizon is horizontal from that as well as deriving that all horizontal planes are parallel to each other. You could also say that the horizon is horizontal. It's like a double-ended one. You can sort of flip and change them because you can start the syllogism. Then there are multiple conclusions that you can come to. And when that happens and that occurs within these types of things, you can call that a tautology. Whereas it's all true in every way, whichever way round you ever turn any of it. It's always true. So it's a fully self-serving syllogism that you can do the contrapositive. You can do all sorts of these maneuvers, but like a mathematical equation, where you can work these and back check them to do that sort of thing. It's a very mathematical method. But yeah, but from the statement, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. You could then say, and the horizon is horizontal. Simple. Just falsify anything, any part of it, and hey, boom, got it. It's gone. It's a useless statement, but I say it's a tautology. So it may be a little bit hard to falsify it, but Blue Marble Science says there is no horizontal in nature. That's how you do Blue Marble Scientific nature. You find a statement that some may consider a tautology, which means, you know, all of these statements will be true. So Blue Marble Scientific method, boom. There's no horizontal in nature. Done and dusted. Don't have to think about it anymore. You can falsify horizontals being parallel. You can falsify the horizon being horizontal just by saying there are no horizontals in nature. Don't exist. That's the Blue Marble Scientific method.
I found it very stupid because horizontal is of the horizon. It means that horizon is horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like saying that or arguing that cube is not cubic.
Mm-hmm.
So cube is cubic by itself. This is self-evident. So this is adjective added to describe the noun. So horizontal is adjective to the noun, and noun is horizon. So horizon has to be horizontal. It's
Yeah.
that's why it is tautology. So saying that horizon is not horizontal, this is not the way of refuting thing.
It's the
cannot
Blue
refute.
Marble Science
Yes, but this is
refutation.
just idiotic.
Yeah.
It's not refutation.
Blue Marble Science. It's the embodiment of Blue Marble Science and the Blue Marble Scientific method.
Yes, especially Rumpus, because he always was saying that horizontal is not derived from horizon. Absolutely not. Yes, it is. So this is nonsense. It's like saying that the word cubic is not derived from cube.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple statement. But that's advanced simplicity for you. You break a statement or an argument down into its component parts and find out which is the simplest part of that very statement. And then you cut away all of the flack from it. And you can end up with a statement which is the horizon is horizontal. That comes at the end of a statement, but it could be the start of the statement because it's a tautology. It's obviously true. Now, some people may say straw man, some people may say circular reasoning, some people may say begging the question. But they'd be saying that because that's part of the blue marble scientific method. Obfuscation. It's an obviously known fact. Everybody knows that the horizon is horizontal. What I don't think anybody else seems to have realised is that it can't be on a blue marble scientist. Ask any blue marble scientist about how the horizon can't be horizontal. It's not possible. Wouldn't be allowed. And it isn't. And they'll tell you it isn't. I don't know who. It's one of the biggest conspiracies, like I say, about to be uncovered. They'll be working into it, letting everybody know. Don't worry. And the fact that you can't measure it being not horizontal, but it isn't. Because, well, I'll leave that up to them to tell you. Simple facts. And we've been.
Bev,
Yeah.
I got a shitty mic today, but I wanted to know if you got my clip this morning.
I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be a couple hours ago now, but if you could find my clip I posted in the agent's live chat, it's hilarious. Keep up the good work, Bev.
It's not in there. I don't know what you've been doing. Thanks anyway, Rob. Simple facts. I mean, it's not really an argument or anything, is it? We've been saying for I don't know how long. The Earth is not flat. Everybody knows this, apart from one group of people that seem to misrepresent flat for an orientation, and that orientation for the Earth. It's just it's a mess up. It's an oxymoron. Doesn't really have any meaning. It's a vacuous statement of nothingness. And then you have another group of people that get really triggered about obvious facts of reality. It can't be for some reason. Mainly because there's a group of people, us, that have been saying the same thing for quite a long time.
Hey,
We've
Bev,
even...
it's in live chat. It's 8:21 my time that I
Oh,
posted it. Sorry.
yeah. I think we've decided that we're not going to talk about another group of people, you know, by
No.
name.
Okay, fine. You don't have to say any names. Just listen to the clip. It's Model Affliction Monday.
Okie dokie. Let's have a look. I don't know how many hours ago from now would be 8 your time?
5. Because I'm at 1 right now.
5. Okie dokie. I'll have to go.
It is quite a ways up there. I'm sorry. But as soon as I heard it, I had to clip it.
Mobius LIGO.
Yeah,
Is it-
just above that. Above that.
Starkadder
Got-
getting warned for having a bad language. He's always
Yeah, just
using.
above that. It'll be a picture of Simon Dan. But just it's 15 seconds.
Oh, what? That's 12. That's quite a few hours ago, that. No, that's not it. Caveman. So a lot of videos been posted in here today. It's been hot, you know. Everybody's been.
That good. I mean, we're on fire.
Oh, there you go. Simon Dan. This FED.
Yeah, but if you listen to the clip, you will laugh.
Okay. I hope so. All right, here we go. I'm going to play it. You guys on, I don't know, you won't be able to hear it in there. Just click on it now. It's at 16:21 UK time. Rob Keane.
They don't know how to use the word
You will
apparent.
laugh.
Meanwhile, any evidence that level is not horizontal?
Wow.
Being that level is horizontal.
They don't know how to use the word apparent. Meanwhile, any evidence that level is not horizontal?
Wow.
They changed the housekeeping question.
Yeah, they'd have to. It's always been on the cards, hasn't it? I mean, I can remember saying ages ago, why aren't you asking people that? Like how, I can remember coming into this and thinking, wait a minute, you guys think level is flat, and you guys think level is a sphere. But nobody's ever dealt with it. Nobody's ever addressed the issue. Nobody's wants to talk about that. They were all looking at lights in the sky, measuring angles to them. That's been keeping them busy for ages. They've been looking at the horizon. I can remember when QE made his modus tollens and confused everybody into thinking Black Swan's a picture of some oil rigs. I remember then saying, why aren't you addressing the issue of the horizon being horizontal? Why is nobody bother about that? It's like, well, we've done away with the radius with the Black Swan. And I said, yeah, but the horizon's horizontal, isn't it? Well, yeah. Black Swan got rid of the radius. Yeah, but the horizon is horizontal. Yeah.
So it seems that they changed this question from this non-equidistant to something
Yeah.
for just normal.
Yeah. Just the question that they should have been asking since day one. So I don't know why anybody at the minute is acting like this is a big thing. It's the only question we've been asking. The only statement that we've been saying. And it's not flat. It's not got anything to do with flat. It's not got anything to do with the shape of the earth. It's just level being horizontal. And it's all right saying it. Everybody now is jumping on an argument, right? How do you prove it? When somebody tells you you're being a liar and a child abuser for saying it and for teaching your children it, how do you prove it to yourself? Get ready, because it's not through argumentation. You have to prove it. How do you do it? Everybody's on a trip. Everybody's been on that trip for ages. They don't even realize it. Realising Euclid. It's coming. Everybody will have to deal with their own understanding and their own proof. And what is that proof? It's the most ridiculous proof you'll ever have to find. Prove that level is ... Prove it. It's okay saying stuff. It doesn't matter what you say. There's a group of people out there that'll say, nuh-uh. So the only thing that matters is what can you prove for yourself? Because some people will always tell you you're stupid. You don't know what you're doing. You're a child abuser for even talking about it. You can say whatever you want, but until you formulate an argument and actually test that for yourself, i.e. scientific method, finishing it off, coming to a conclusion, working it out, finding the truth values within that argumentation, doing that for yourself, you don't do that, you've not got much. Everybody's got to do it for themselves. We've already done it. That's what we've been doing. We've built up the arguments and we've built up the actual going out there and doing it. And we've hopefully helped people that can't actually do it, show them what it's like to do it through Discord, getting the cameras out there. Should really be going out and getting some cameras and shots of a sunset in this temperature. Oh, but it's too fucking cold. Might do a Christmas one though. Let me get this video.
Now would be a good time for me to segue into Kev, there's a big dinosaur on the beach. Thanks.
This. Oh, it's in there. Oh, that's what I put on last night. Brenda and the main surveyor can compare plums.
Current physics states that.
Right, now. Let me... It's only got 440 views on this. Some proper old school stuff. Wait a minute. Get that. Right, you guys have got that there. This is only an hour video, so hopefully it shouldn't take too long. And you will hear a guy that was in here I'm guessing this says 2 years, but it's closer to 3. This now, this guy that was in this Discord server with us at the time, he kept bringing in people like Brenda, and he brought people into, I think to actually observe what occurred and to see how well his team did in it. So let's see whether we can get this.
I'm gonna send you a link, Brenda. It'd be great if you'd watch it because it might help you understand how we see gravity. Because obviously you've got your view on
gravity. You don't believe in gravity.
it. For me personally, gravity is nonsense. It doesn't exist. I agree. But the current physics states that it does exist, but they have trouble defining it. I think we can.
Now, this is one of the things I don't agree with. Like Blue Marble science and the entirety of everybody, really. This, what they call gravity, or what he calls gravity, what everybody calls gravity, can be said is vertical, is plumb bob. That's gravity. You can't say it doesn't exist, because vertical definitely exists. So in everybody's mind, whoever you are, I'm pretty sure that vertical does exist. Everyone can agree on that. So that is a common ground where we can all agree on that gravity, like Blue Marble says, is vertical. It is what a plumb bob does. Whatever you imagine else goes on with it, we can all agree that gravity equals vertical equals plumb bob. That's a good starting point where we can all agree on. And I'm thinking as well, everybody could also agree that vertical is a straight line. Forget about the plane. Vertical is a straight line, and it is also called gravity and plumb. Same thing.
No, we don't have trouble defining it. We don't have trouble defining it.
Well, I'm going to send you a video that shows that they do have trouble defining it, because if you ask 4 physicists what gravity is, you would expect to get 3.5 answers that were consistent,
vertical.
Right?
It's
you
just
wouldn't
vertical.
expect to get 4 different answers.
It's nothing
The
any
physics
different than
textbooks all
vertical.
say the same thing.
They don't. That's the point. They don't.
No, they actually do. They do.
Okay, so I'm going to send you.
The textbooks say the same thing.
It doesn't matter what textbook said. Everybody knows that vertical equals plumb bob equals what they call gravity, or everybody calls gravity, but it's the same thing as vertical. It's no different.
But accounts that are in popular magazines, even popular science magazines, can differ, right? Because it's for a popular audience, and people are using words
from what?
in a way, in a poetic way, to express ideas that are difficult to explain to people. But the physics textbooks,
vertical is not difficult. And what's different than vertical? How can anybody have that as a thing? How can science take away from what vertical is and what anybody's understanding of vertical is? Again, I'd say what you're listening to here is a very, very well practiced routine. 2 people dancing together.
all say the same thing about gravity. Every one of them.
It's vertical.
Brenda, I've sent you the link, and I've put the link with
I'll
it so
watch
that you
it
remember.
sometime. I'll watch it sometime, but not right away.
No, I'm not asking you to watch it right away, but if you want to understand why we think that the way we do, if you watch it, it itemizes why, and then consider it when we ask you what gravity is, or fight the flat
You
earth.
don't believe?
Did anybody notice that he said we as though he's part of a group of people. Don't know who that group was. He wasn't speaking for me. Like I say, I think vertical definitely exists.
Believe in gravity.
Yeah, but you guys have got to give us the official story, right? You guys can't wander off.
Well, the official story is in the textbooks.
Right, but this is what this guy's demonstrating, that 4 physicists, current physicists, don't give the same definition for what gravity is.
That might be. I don't know.
And that's what
They
I'm saying.
might
That's
give-
Do none of them just say it's vertical? Like everybody understands what vertical is, because then you can link it to a straight line. It's pretty easy, really. I mean, why's anybody not mentioned that? Why are these two people having a dance around this particular subject? I mean, what are they talking about? Keep it simple. Advanced simplicity this week.
the point I'm making.
different. They might give different explanations that amount to the same thing. And
Oh, yeah, because we know that
flat
1 and 3
earthers-
Different than vertical? Or just different ways of saying vertical? All meaning exactly the same thing. Vertical. Just simplify it. Just vertical.
we know that
Yeah.
1 and 3 makes 4, 2 and 2 makes 4, and 9 minus
Yeah.
whatever makes 4. But my point is this. If everyone's describing it in different ways, how the fuck is anybody meant to learn what it is, even on your side? How
I
are we
can
meant
tell
to?
you what it is. I can tell you what it is. Mass distorts space-time around it, and in such a way that it causes other objects with mass, right, to move.
It doesn't. That's the effect.
It does.
It doesn't. That's the effect. But anyway, the point that I'm
This
making,
is-
Brenda,
you get,
is
you get hung up on this problem all the time, Nate. Anthony. You get,
Nathan.
well, I forget names.
Freudian slip there.
You get, it's not Freudian. It's just I'm not in the loop all the time. So you get confused and you think that a cause can't be an effect, but it can be.
I don't.
A
I don't.
cause can create an effect, and then that effect can be a cause to another effect, which can be a cause to another effect. It's
Yeah,
a
but then-
causal chain. That's
Okay.
how
We are just talking about vertical here, right? Strange that somebody's allowing somebody else to have this conversation when we're just talking about vertical. Who's going to tell you that vertical's different than what you think vertical is? Brenda? Or Sleeping Warrior? Yeah, which one?
it works.
We only have one cause and one effect as defined by current science on the topic of gravity.
No,
the
that's not
the
true.
cause, Brenda. The cause is the uneven distribution of mass, and the effect is the effect of the curvature of space-time. Now that effect
Right.
isn't causing something.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't. We perceive that
Yeah.
effect, not cause.
It
We perceive
gives-
the
it
effect.
No, what it actually does is it creates a vector that other
That vector is vertical.
Vector is down.
Yep, vertical. Or up and
Yeah.
down, right?
Yes, but because gravity means weight, it is going down. So vector is down, but it creates this straight line up and down. Yes,
Mhm.
it creates gravity creates a straight line we call vertical.
Yeah, like a plumb bob, right?
yes,
That's it
exactly.
expressed exactly, right?
But a plumb bob without weight couldn't work.
Yeah,
So it has to have some weight to work.
yeah.
To maintain this position, vertical position.
And a plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical.
Yep.
So that's it, simple. Plumb bob equals vertical. Now that vertical equals the vector that they're talking about. So once
Yes.
we've all established that vertical is this vector, then why are we talking about the what the other thing is called? Let's just call it vertical. It's done. Same thing. Everybody can understand it.
objects with mass will then be accelerated.
So when you say it creates a vector, what is the it that creates the vector?
The mass creates a gravitational field which distorts space-time, and that distortion of space-time will in turn create a vector to any object with mass that is in that field. And so that vector will cause that object to accelerate.
No, it doesn't cause the acceleration. It disturbs the right. What I'll say to you, Brenda, you have when you put your mind to it, you are probably one of the best people to transpose from Newtonian into Einsteinian and give some explanation, because most people.
Did you hear that? You're one of the best people to transpose this to that. Diletheist.
One falsehood into another falsehood.
Mm-hmm. Two truths. The same thing. Just transpose it over. Doesn't make any difference. Sleeping Warrior actually probably knew about Brenda's ability of diletheism, but I think he holds a bit of it himself, to be honest.
On your
I
side, can't even do that. What?
Well, I do not know the math and the physics and the chemistry as well as people, other people. Many of them are engineers. They know the math very well. But yes, I do think I have an ability to put things in a way that it helps to explain things. And I can do that in other areas too. So I don't always have expertise, but I have, I guess, an ability to translate things. So I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Wow. Good to go over these old ones, isn't it? Well done. Complimented about the diletheism. Diletheism taken as a compliment.
Brenda, can I ask you a question? You talk about physics, huh? How can space-time be physics? Was it physical?
Well, hang on, I was just
space-time.
Hang on, don't answer that just yet. I was just going to get to that. It was meant as a compliment, Brenda. It wasn't meant as a dig, and you can take it as a compliment.
Yeah,
it was meant that way, because most people on your side can't even do that. Now, here's the thing, though. Scorpio just said, how is space-time physics? That's what I was just about to get to, because whatever space-time is, right? We know that it's a mathematical concept that he derived and represented mathematically. We also know that it hasn't got any experimental application, because you can't do any science with it. You can observe, but you can't experiment with it because it's maths-based. So on that understanding of the inability to do any experiment, that renders space-time to be a construct mathematically that we reify every time we talk about it, but it doesn't actually exist.
No, space-time is a physical aspect of the world, of the universe.
It's mathematical. It's not physical.
No, it's described by mathematics, but that's you confused. That's you doing the reification error.
Do you hear that, Brenda? Thank you very much. It's described by mathematics, as in all things are described by mathematics.
Yes, but this theory is not described by mathematics, because this concept is not this concept of bending space-time is not mathematical. They call it mathematical, but it is not. This is science fiction.
Yeah, that's why I say always better off to stick to vertical, right? Because that vertical being a straight line is absolutely described by mathematics. That's one of the core tenets of mathematics, is that straight line and the understanding of it. Proofs you get given. That's mathematical. So, like I say, this, I believe, when Sleeping Warrior was in this Discord server and we were watching people like we do, like Emma was explaining, we watch people I believe he was trying to teach us an argument that you're meant to have within this circular arguments. Everybody knows about these arguments within the arena. If anybody wants to go to any channel, you know, Discord channels, these new ones that keep popping up with all of the same people in it, like Emma was saying, you go to them, you'll know which argument Sleeping Warrior is talking about here. The circular arguments, not addressing the actual issue of the vertical, but assuming that is already being taken for granted, and then arguing past it. Everybody arguing over the top of something, but not actually with arguments. Very strange. Well, I keep saying that, it's very strange. It was very strange to me at the time. You can probably hear that I'm not saying anything in this. I listen to what's going on.
Well, no, it's described mathematically, but it is conceptual.
Yeah.
It's not physical.
Yeah. Well, I can describe lots of things with mathematics, but I shouldn't confuse
Like
the map
vertical.
with the territory.
Correct.
Right?
Well, that's the map with the territory
Right.
that you're citing, but
Well,
you're right.
The mathematics is the map.
Yeah, but we should. You're right. We shouldn't conflate mathematics with the real world, right? Because mathematical descriptions can be useful, but they don't prove cause. Agreed?
Well, they describe, you know, what we know so far.
See, I don't get this as well. This is where science seems to be taking over it with the cause, whereas mathematics does actually do that. It does antecedent consequent. There's always that relationship within logic, mathematics.
Yes, causation is part of mathematics and logic, of course. So without causation, there is no mathematics.
Yeah. So I don't know what Sleeping Warrior is talking about here. He's trying to separate mathematics from something, and I think that's a developed circular argument that it keeps this going round and round. A little dance, like we
They're
said.
descriptive. They're
Yeah.
descriptive.
So we can see a mathematical
And we shouldn't
correlative. We see a mathematical
but-
correlative model for the clockwork sky that we observe, but that doesn't mean that we understand what's causing it.
But we can use that description to do things. So
make
if
predictions,
if I have a random McNally atlas of the highway of the road system in my country to get from one city to another city, but I shouldn't confuse the map with the actual city. But I can refer to the map as a way of describing where I am and what I need to do to get to where I want to go.
Yeah, but we need to be careful that when we're describing mathematical correlations, that we don't conflate them with science or technology, because maths is abstract. It's not immersive. It's not comprehensive. It's abstract, right?
Well, math is the language of science.
No, the language of science is cause and effect, not mathematics.
Again, very strange to hear all of these sort of things. I'm not too sure what he's going on about. Cause and effect, like we say, is logic, and that is mathematics. Don't know what Sleeping Warrior is talking about.
He is trying, and not only here, but I think always, and QE also, to separate science and mathematics.
Yep.
So, which was weird for me always.
Yeah.
For years. Why they are doing that?
Yeah, it doesn't fit, does it? It never did. It never felt right. You know, I'm not too sure. I can remember when QE left this place. Maybe, was it this place? I think it might have been this one, or maybe the earlier one. Doesn't really matter. One of the Discord servers that we were on. He said, you just stay away from science. Stick to your geometry and water levels. very strange when, but I mean, again, thinking about it now, papers talking about it, bang on. They're trying to separate science and mathematics, but science is the acquisition of knowledge, the knowledge about things. That's done through a logical process. The broader sense of mathematics, people think mathematics is just dealing with numbers. It's not.
It's arithmetics.
It's the logical conclusions that have been drawn up from like experimentation, like geometry, but within the number form. It's just a link of all of those together with logic. And science,
yes,
science is the pure logic of the fact. If we do this, then this will happen. That's pure logic, isn't it, in science?
Yes, yes. So
as is geometry, as is the number form, arithmetic. It's all the same thing. Put it all together. Call it all mathematics.
Yes. And this is science.
Yeah, this is how we gain knowledge about things. The science of arithmetic is the process that leads you to the conclusion that the answer will be true. It's all right saying 9 times 9 is whatever, right? But if you don't know the process of why 9 times 9 is that, and you don't understand how you got there, then you don't understand the mathematical process. Just knowing the numbers because you've recited them doesn't help you if you don't understand the actual process that goes along to giving you that answer.
No, mathematics is the language in which scientific ideas are expressed in.
It's a
used
language, but it
everywhere.
isn't the language. It's like I said, it's abstract. By definition, it's abstract.
People who don't speak.
Is there a definition of mathematics, or is he talking about? Like, I don't know.
This is not. I agree. Yes, mathematics is abstract. It means that it involves abstractive thinking because we don't need to refer to reality. We can, but we don't need to prove things. But I mean physical reality at hand. You don't need to prove geometry in reality at once. You don't need to check it. But same in arithmetics. But that's why it is called abstract. But logical process is the same as in physics or arithmetics or astronomy, where you have to observe something on the sky, whatever. Logical process is always the same in all of these fields.
Because it's been checked to be true. It can be verified to be true. That's
yes, it
the
has
whole
to be
process.
verified.
Yeah.
Always, but sometimes you can check it by drawing a line. So it is not really checking reality, but this is checking if your thinking is correct. But in physics, you have to check, of course. That's why you have to make experiment to check.
Yeah, well, like those things don't get wrote down unless they have been checked, right? And once they've been checked by people and verified, then they get wrote down as the mathematical process. But in order for you to understand that, really, you should go through that process to verify it for yourself. that's how they get further, isn't it? You know, like once you go through the process, you gain the knowledge.
Yes, but in abstractive thinking, like mathematics, you can always refer to first principles of reasoning. But in physics, you have, besides that, it cannot, physics cannot violate these principles, of course. But in addition to that, you have to check in reality the cause, for example, that something happened and I need to know the cause of this phenomenon happening. But this is in addition to first principles of reasoning. First principles of reasoning are always intact in any field of science, whatever it is. But in abstractive thinking, we cannot check, we cannot make experiment. So what we can do is referring to first the principles of reasoning always and only, sometimes only, and it suffices.
Yeah, like geometry has the definitions, axioms, and
common notions. Yes, yes, yes.
They're the that's all they will use to go forward. All of the arguments will be based around those facts. And that's how they go forward. Same with mathematics, but these common notions that we have at the beginning are a general understanding that you don't contradict yourself. The law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, the law of the excluded middle. All of these are what gives us a way of establishing a truth value.
Yes, that part is not a whole, and the part cannot be bigger than the whole, etc. Yes.
And you like the thing, you can't abstractively think of a circle being a square. That's not allowed within this abstract thinking, right? The abstract
absolutely not
has to have a basis in reality, even though it is abstract thinking.
Yes, of course, always. It cannot deny. So if you are saying that circle is a square, you are denying first principles of reasoning.
Yeah. Let's carry on.
Speak English can read quite a lot of like physics papers, and there won't be very much that they'll miss because almost all of it's going to be in terms of mathematics and formulas.
Yeah, but Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth has a conversation with George Musa, and somehow at the end of it, he thinks that George Musa agreed with him, despite expressly stating twice that he didn't agree with him. But because he said it in a polite and professional way, he totally misinterpreted the sign.
No, he agreed with them that you can talk about it in a way that talks about forces, as long as you understand that these aren't real forces, that there's an underlying reason.
We are talking about
vertical. That wasn't what he said. What he said was, what Brenda, his words were, gravity's not really a force, but you can think of it as a force. Now, if you want to think of it as a force, that's your prerogative. The problem arises when you tell people that that it is a force, when you know that it's not.
Well, the highway Interstate 80 isn't actually a blue line, but I can think of it as a blue line on the map, so I can get from city A to city B. And it will get me there because there's a correspondence. So there's a correspondence between the math and the science and the reality. They correspond with each other. There's a correspondence between the
straight line
on my map and the roads and the places and the cities and the towns that are in reality. They correspond with each other.
Sorry, I was on mute. Sure, but when it uses the language of mathematics, you have to understand that it's abstract. It might be descriptive, but it's not causative. And when we're talking
Of
in
course it's
science,
abstract. I agree. I don't disagree with you about that. It is abstract.
okay,
That's
so
why it's so powerful. That's why math is powerful, right? Because I don't have to, um, I don't have to count every single grain in a bushel of wheat. I can just count it as one bushel of wheat, and then I can add those and subtract them, right? And I can get 10,000 bushels of wheat, and I can subtract 1,000 bushels, 1,000 bushels. I can know what I have.
I'm going to step back because I've just got breakfast. So give me 10 minutes. Somebody else can take over, Bev or whatever.
Yeah, Brenda, you want a debate? Is that what you wanted?
Well,
or did
I
you
felt
just want to come for a chat?
I felt. So I hear you. I sometimes go around on YouTube channels and listen to debate things, and there were some points felt I wanted to address, and I feel a little bit shut out because I was from the former Discord channel that you were in before.
Yeah, that wasn't us. That wasn't.
Yeah, but I got banned from there.
Yeah,
and this
I
seems to
don't
happen
know
to
who
me
it
a
was
lot.
that banned you.
I get.
You
yeah,
weren't banned
I
from
get
here
banned
though.
a lot. Yeah. So
I have banned Brenda from this particular Discord server, if anybody's asking. This is an old one from about 3 years ago. This is probably one of the earlier meetings of Brenda and me.
I did have something specific in mind, which is how many dimensions surface of a sphere have?
Sorry, Brenda, you're breaking up there. Do you want
How many dimensions does how many dimensions have?
Brenda, do you want to just nip out and come back in again? It's cutting out badly. I can't hear what you're saying. Hello?
That is weird thing going on.
Yeah, that's still pretty bad, that. In and out.
yeah, she was sounding shit. I couldn't make out anything she was saying.
Hear me?
I heard a bit then. What's it look like your connection's like? It sounds pretty bad here.
Anthony didn't seem to have any trouble.
No, you're right, but for some reason you do sound shocking at the minute. Do you want to just ask your question again and see if it comes through?
So my question was, that my system is downloading an update, for instance. My question, because it is Tuesday. Oh, it isn't.
Thursday.
Could be. The question was, how many dimensions does the surface of a sphere have, Bev?
How many do I think? Yeah, 3.
Yeah, there is an objective reality here, Brenda. It's not an opinion, is it?
That's incorrect. That's wrong.
What do you mean it's incorrect?
It's wrong. It's objectively, mathematically wrong.
Can we just get a definition of 2 dimensions for you?
Right. Do you know what a dimension is?
Yes.
So how many dimensions does a line have?
Geometrically. Geometrically, yeah, Brenda.
You're gonna play games? Is that what
No,
you're gonna do?
I'm asking you to qualify a line geometrically or a line on a piece of paper.
How many dimensions does the line have?
Qualify, Brenda. A line geometrically or a line on a piece of paper.
There's no difference. There's
Yeah, there is.
there's no qualification. A mathematical line has how many dimensions?
Within Euclid, in the definitions of Euclid, in Euclidean geometry, it is one-dimensional, described as length without breadth.
Yeah, but that length could be on the y-axis as well. It would have to be horizontal to be one dimension. If it was on the y-axis as well,
There's one dimension, Tony. Doesn't
no,
exist.
I know, but
it doesn't.
See, obfuscation. What's he talking about? Who knows?
It doesn't matter what axis it's on. It has one dimension.
It does matter what axis is on, because that's where we get 3 dimensions from, X, Y, and Z.
No. It is just one of the dimensions, Tony. That's it. So that's length, right, Brenda?
Right. And the reason is because we can specify any point on a line with one number, one dimension, right?
No, a point is 0 dimensions, Brenda.
Points have 0 dimensions.
Is that without any parts?
Points have 0 dimension, correct. But we can specify a point on a line with one number, right?
I don't know what Brenda was trying to do here. In one number in relation to the line, like a position on the line,
location,
ratio, or whatever.
This is what we can say about point.
Yeah,
that has location
within the line, right? If all you've got's a line, you can only have a qualification of where it is in relation to the 2 points at each end. Put it somewhere. A point on a line at some point has to be related to its position to the other, or a ratio of the one part to the other, mathematically, geometrically. I don't know, like a line.
What do you think it takes? What do
you mean you can specify a point on a line with one number? You can specify a point on a line with a letter as well, can't you? If you mark it with a letter.
The letter would also be, a dimension, wouldn't it?
The letter would be an identifier for either the point or the line.
Yes,
that's
dimension.
all it would be, Brenda. That's all.
Dimension.
Yeah.
You
do realize in geometry there's no numbers involved, right?
So we can assign numbers to a line.
Who?
And we can
Euclid didn't define any numbers, did he?
But we can do that.
Well,
no,
yeah, but in geometry, if that's what we're talking about with lines.
Yeah, this is 3rd grade geometry, right? So this is.
Well, you don't need numbers then, Brenda. You're trying to talk about dimensions, right?
That's not true. We can assign numbers to a line, and use those are the dimensions, right? So we can specify a point on a line using numbers or letters, any symbols. Right?
That confused mind or what? Don't know what he's going on about. That's crazy. Yeah, you can call it Bob if you want. You can do anything you want.
Yeah, that's what children do. Yeah. We teach them geometry in elementary school.
You teach them geometry?
Fairly simple. Well, we do. Humans, we people.
Oh. But not you specifically.
Yeah. So
Brenda, but not you specifically. Can I get a qualifier on that, please? Because I do actually teach my son geometry. So when you say we...
Yeah, that's child abuse. That's child...
There you go. You want to listen to that again?
That was a quick turnaround. Wow.
Yeah. It's talking about we teach children geometry. And then when I do it, it's different all of a sudden. That's strange, isn't it? That's a Dilethius for you. Here we go.
So
Brenda,
can
so but
also-
not
we
you
can also-
specifically. Can
we
I get
can
a
also
clarifier
use-
on that, please? Because I do actually
Yeah,
teach
it's-
my
it's
son
irrelevant.
geometry. So when you say we,
Yeah, that's child abuse. That's child abuse.
what, teaching my child geometry?
Yeah, because you're not teaching them geometry. You clearly don't understand geometry.
Pardon? Right, so you don't understand. It's a common thing. Again, blue marble scientific method. You're not. That's it. That's how we do it. That's how the blue marble scientific method works. Anybody says that they're teaching geometry, then just basically go round on what you've just said and say that you're not doing that. And you listen to, this is Brenda.
You don't understand
blue
geometry.
marble scientist.
Brenda, what was the answer to your question? How many dimensions does a sphere surface exist in? What was the answer?
Well, Bev said 3.
Yeah, what's your answer?
Well, the correct answer is 2, of course.
So is the reason why you say it's only 2, is that reason because we see things from our perspective pretty much flat?
No, that's not
So
why.
what's your justification for 2 dimensions for a sphere then?
Because it takes only 2 numbers to specify any arbitrary point on the surface of a sphere.
Oh, right. So from a
That's what makes
perspective of a grid line system on a sphere, you can get away with X and Y only if it's wrapped around it.
Did he say grid?
On a sphere, yeah, he did.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. It just goes to show how much people and who's took this on. Who are the people that are voicing their arguments, non-arguments, ridiculous statements, if you want. Some may call it paralogisms, misunderstandings. There's no such thing as a grid system on a sphere. Grid squares.
This is the formal mathematical definition of any two-dimensional surface, is that it takes 2 numbers or letters, they can be algebraic or numerical, to specify any point on the 2-dimensional surface.
So what
X and Y. I think Brenda's got confused, especially since Betty, the globe logician, the blue marble logician, sorry, has said that time and an angle are definitely not dimensions. Although, woohoo, let's watch what's going to go on.
you do there
Or
is you get the grid system. So correct me if I'm wrong, Brenda.
That's called geometry.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. You get a grid system, you overlay the grid system, and then wrap it around it so that there's no gaps, and then you put your grid system, and in any direction you can get any position on it based on that, right?
Well, you have a coordinate system, and it can be any kind of coordinate system you want, because, of course, planes and lines and surfaces are continuous.
So what kind of geometry would you describe that, where you get a grid system?
Notice the word continuous.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting there, isn't it, Brenda? Because obviously the surface of a sphere is not continuous. It wraps around on itself and back to beginning, doesn't it?
Yep. Continuous. It's different than expanding like a plane. Different.
Continuous, yes.
Yeah.
With curved lines and wrap it around a model. What kind of geometry is that?
Not imaginometry, Tony. Imaginometry.
So we're talking about 2-dimensional surfaces.
We're not. We're talking about three-dimensional surfaces that you're redefining into two-dimensional surfaces by creating a construct that wraps around it that you then put a grid on with bendy lines on. There's a name for that. What is that name?
No, you've misunderstood all of that.
Imageometry.
No, I haven't.
I'm not creating a grid system, right? We're using coordinates to describe a two-dimensional surface.
Well, here's the thing, Brenda.
Why has Bev gone silent?
This is going to be coming around. People take note. This two dimensions. It's going to be coming round because this is a global antinomy. They have contradictions, and this is one of them. Brenda wants to think of two coordinates being enough to define a two-dimensional system, but everybody knows what 2D is. It's a plane. A sphere is not 2D, although Brenda wants to make it 2D. There's a contradiction between two dimensions and the sphere. But Brenda holds that contradiction, both to be true at the same time. One of the who's that? Yeah, so what we're dealing with here is some sort of I don't know. There's a game being played about this grid system on a sphere, and then somebody imagining that that's 2D. I'd say at this point that Brenda is the flat earther. Wants to be on a 2D. Brenda. That's flat. Everybody knows 2D's flat. It's not curved, is it? Can't be curved because that goes into the third dimension. But Brenda wants to be 2D. It's a mental break that's gone on.
Because I stamped on him. All right, I'll give way if you want. Go on, you carry on, Bev.
So do you understand? This is elementary geometry.
Yeah. Have a look in the live stream text for us, will you?
I have no idea where you're live streaming.
Well, in live stream text, you're in the open live stream. Above it is live stream text. So that's the text for the live stream that we're in, right?
Makes sense. I'm in no voice. Yeah.
That's only for the people that aren't brave enough to come and talk to us, Brenda. That's where they like to stay.
Right.
So have a look in the live stream text, right? Can you see that?
I see it.
Right.
I see it. I see it. It says
solid.
I can read.
It says book,
solid.
Book 11, definitions. And that's how it starts. The book 11 of book 11
I can read.
Of Euclid's elements.
I can read, and I can read faster than you. A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. That which bounds a solid is a superficies, whatever that is. That's an antiquated word.
That's a surface.
Does the surface have thickness?
The surface is what bounds.
Does the surface have
the
thickness?
Three-dimensional object? And in the case of a sphere,
does the surface of a sphere
three-dimensional, isn't it? I think it is anyway.
Does the surface of
just personal opinion and things.
Does the sphere have thickness?
Pardon?
Does it have thickness, Bev?
It has three dimensions because it curves in every one of those dimensions.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, the surface of a sphere.
This is so ridiculous that this is how it goes. Brenda can't tell the difference between a 2D and a 3D. Everybody knows a circle is 2D. And if a circle is 2D, then a sphere cannot be 2D. The surface of the sphere cannot be 2D because a circle is 2D. The surface of a sphere cannot be a circle. Not possible. There's a difference. And there's a reason there's a difference. It's basic, common understanding. It's one of these mathematical facts. You just have to deal with it.
Because circle is within one plane. And sphere, surface of a ball or sphere or whatever, it cannot be within one plane. That's why it cannot be 2D.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, it doesn't really need over-explaining, right? As if it's like really complicated. Everybody can tell the difference between 2D and 3D. Apart from a blue marble scientist. Now, this blue marble scientist has this, I don't know whether you call it an axiom or whatever, that they want to be flat earthers. So they want everything to be 2D, everything. The surface of everything is 2D to a blue marble scientist. It has to be. That's one of the rules.
A
two-dimensional plane, is it?
It's a two-dimensional surface. It's not a plane, but
Brenda,
it's
this is
still a
because
two-dimensional surface.
you want to live on a two-dimensional surface, don't you?
No, that's not because I want
Flat
my
Earth,
math to be correct. And the surface of a sphere has no thickness, just like a plane has no thickness.
You'd have to be mad to think that you live on a 2D, wouldn't you? You'd literally have to be mad to tell everybody that you live on a 2D. Meet Brenda, blue marble scientist extraordinaire. Very few blue marble scientists have the ability to voice this stupid shit. These, antinomies that they have. And there will be, anytime a blue marble scientist opens his mouth, or her mouth, it depends, about anything, you can guarantee, if you study the words, you will find an antinomy. It'll be there, guaranteed. Come and have a word.
Right? Planes don't have thickness.
It's just got length and breadth. Then there's no third dimension to it, so it's a flat.
Does
it's like a plane.
No, it doesn't have to be flat.
Is a plane surface, is it?
No.
Well, that's what a plane is: length and breadth. Right, 2 dimensions.
Right, and the surface of a sphere
with no third dimension.
The surface of a sphere has only 2 dimensions.
Listen, you have to do this. This is one of the earlier versions of blue marble science. This was how they derived the fact that the surface of a sphere has to be 2D. Brenda was the originator, I think. Brenda was the first to vocalize it. And then what Brenda can do is go back and say, can you believe it? Bev doesn't think that the surface of a sphere is 2D. And thus, that's how it's born. That's how they do it. That's how they work this stuff. Has to be. Has to be.
Right?
How can it? It's a 3-dimensional object, Brenda.
It's not. It's 2-dimensional.
No, a sphere is 3-dimensional.
The sphere is only
It's
3-dimensional. But
listen, there you go. Sphere is 3D. 11 of Euclidean.
Yes, but you don't understand. You don't understand.
I don't understand.
And this is 5th grade.
There you go. The familiar cry of the blue marble scientist. You're not clever enough to understand our blue marble science. You don't understand it, so here's the explanation so we can understand it.
It's geometry, and you don't understand it.
And I don't understand.
The sphere has 3 dimensions, but the surface of the sphere has 2 dimensions. And you don't understand it. No, you don't understand.
When you have a
grade
ball,
geometry.
Brenda, right, and you roll it, the ball rolls
Right.
on the
We're
surface
not
of the
talking about the
sphere.
ball.
Yeah, well,
We're
that's
talking about
that's
the
what's
surface
touching.
of the ball.
And when you put it on
We're
a
talking about
flat
the surface of the
table,
ball, Bev,
right, the
not the
table
ball.
is flat,
Not the ball, Bev.
two-dimensional, and the ball rolls on it.
Right. How many coordinates does it take to
It
describe
doesn't take.
any
There's
any
no
point
coordinates,
on
no
the
numbers
surface
in geometry, Brenda.
Yes, there is. Yes, there
Where?
is. It's called analytic geometry.
But yeah, that's
So,
not in this
yeah,
geometry that we're
yeah,
dealing
that's
with here.
yes, I know, because you can't understand elementary school geometry. So
No,
it
this
only
is. You can't understand the familiar cry of the blue marble scientist. New song coming soon. World's famous Buster.
takes two
This is the
coordinates.
basic geometry, Brenda.
Yeah, and you don't understand it.
And I don't understand that a surface of a
correct. You
sphere
don't.
is
You
three-dimensional.
do not. Yes, it's two-dimensional because it only takes two coefficients, two dimensions, to describe any random point on the surface of a sphere.
No, this is false.
The surface
This is
of a
false.
saddle, which is
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes, to coordinate any point on the surface of the sphere, you need three coordinate systems.
You need to fix it on an axis first to stop it from moving. Otherwise, it's meaningless where you put a point. Isn't it? You're just relating points to points, and they could be anywhere on the surface of a sphere if the sphere can roll.
Yes, and this is basic, but still, to coordinate points on a sphere, you cannot coordinate 2 points on the sphere where the value on one of the axes would be zero change. You cannot do that. Every point on the surface of the sphere has differences in all 3 dimensions. All 3. It affects all 3 dimensions always.
You could make a chord though, but that'd be using again the 3rd dimension, wouldn't it?
Yes, but chord is not on the surface of the sphere.
I know,
so
yeah.
on
But
the
again,
surface
like...
of this, it is impossible. It is impossible to make a coordinate system for points on the sphere using only 2 dimensions. Impossible.
Yep. That's blue marble science, though. I mean, that is antinomies, right? They're there. All you have to do is listen to the words of the blue marble scientist, and you'll find them. They're all over the place. Now, the point that we're at is when we're talking about this now, why would you bother talking to Brenda about any of this? Because Brenda's got a holding multiple impossibilities and arguing for them and saying that you don't understand the familiar cry of the blue marble scientist. A lot of people seem to say that about us.
which is or a pseudosphere also can be described using only 2 points. I mean, two coefficients.
Blue marble science actually has just come in and gone completely against the logician that he showcased, the one that religified his model for him, made him into a priest, ordained him. He's now saying that he thinks an angle and time is their 2 dimensions that Brenda's using on the surface of a sphere. An angle and time. Over to you, blue marble science. Take it away. Blue marble science, if anybody's unaware, has just suggested that latitude and longitude are those 2 dimensions that Brenda's talking about on the surface of a sphere, interestingly enough.
Curved line is not dimensional. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Well, Betty told us the other week that what did he say? Latitude is an angle, and longitude is time. That's it. Twangles. An angle as a dimension. Blue Marble Science is offering 2 angles, 2 separate angles, not part of the same triangle or anything, just 2 angles, twangles. Genius stuff, Blue. Genius.
2 dimensions, right? So you have planar geometry, the surface, a planar surface described by 2 dimensions.
Yeah, that's book 1.
Non-Euclidean geometry, the surface of a sphere, described by 2 dimensions.
I don't know what Brenda's talking about. Imaginometry there, right?
Yes, non-Euclidean. Yes.
Imaginometry. So just imagine. Sorry.
Hyperspherical.
Which one? That's non-Euclidean
geometry. Yes.
So not Euclidean geometry then.
That's correct.
Right. So can you give me the definition of a sphere in that geometry for us, please?
In elliptical geometry.
Let's have the definitions and the axioms and all of that for that geometry, please.
Well, one of the axioms is
Brenda, I can show you the Euclidean, right? You said that's basic, right? You then said non-Euclidean, right? Show me the axioms and definitions for that geometry that you're talking that's not Euclidean.
I can.
You can't?
In non-Euclidean, yes, I can.
Well, go and get them for us, please. Stop talking about it, Brenda. Stop.
No,
Stop.
I know this.
No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to hear from you.
Yes,
I want to look at
all I have to do is describe
axioms, please.
No, you can look this up yourself.
No, you can show it me because I'm showing you Euclidean geometry, right? You're saying not that geometry. I want to know which not that geometry you're talking about, please.
Yeah, I understand. In non-Euclidean geometry, the definition of a parallel line of the 5th postulate is changed from 1 to infinite.
What do you mean?
Well, Euclid's
definition of a parallel line goes from 1 to infinite. What's that mean?
I thought you would have Euclid's postulates memorized by now, right?
I do.
Euclid's 5th postulate says
no, that's the 12th axiom, the one in my book anyway.
Euclid's 5th postulate is that for any point, for any line and a point not on the line, there's one and only one line which is coincident with that point, which does not intersect with the line. Right? In elliptical geometry,
Brenda,
there's an infinite number of those
straight
lines.
line meets 2 straight lines so as to make 2 interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than 2 right angles. Listen, Blue. Listen. This will become important. Do you want me to? I'll rewind it back again, Blue. You'll like this. You'll love it. In fact. Listen up, Blue. To make 2 interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than 2 right angles, these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet on that side on which the angles which are less than 2 right angles. So that is the 12th axiom in my book.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You'll kick yourself when you think of this, Blue. Once you process what you've done and your videos that you've been led into doing from people who've pushed you into it, you're going to kick yourself, Blue. That's the 5th postulate, as Brenda said. whereas I call it the triangle axiom. It's an axiom about triangles. Welcome to Euclid, Blue Marble Science. It's going to be a harsh discovery when you realize Euclid.
I'm just going by the fifth postulate as I learned it, which is that for any line A and a point B,
but
not
that's
on line
Euclid,
A,
right? You're
yes,
you're
for any
saying
line
not
A,
Euclid.
right? But I'm telling you what the fifth postulate is.
I know what the
and
fifth
how it's
postulate,
different,
or the what you
and
think.
I'm telling
it
you
is.
how it's different. I'm
Well,
telling you
how is it different? Because that says
well, if you
parallel
if you would
lines
actually
will
stop
not meet.
fucking talking,
What's the
maybe
difference,
I could
Brenda?
say. So the difference is that in Euclidean geometry, where it says there's only one line through the point, not on a line.
No, parallel lines do not meet.
Yes, but I'm putting it more formally. You know, probably you don't understand that, right? That's
what Brenda fails to realize is that I'm talking about the definition of parallel lines. Brenda's talking about an axiom. It's easy to get confused and muddled up with the basic concepts of geometry, but the definitions come before the axioms. And since parallel lines not meeting ever, though produced, is a definition that comes before this. It seems a little bit strange that Brenda seems to be saying that parallel lines are different when they've already been defined as not ever meeting, but Brenda wants it to be different somehow. Different than the definition that I'm talking about. It seems a bit strange that you can get an axiom to change the definition. But hey, this is Blue Marble Science. The science of not thinking.
the problem is that you only understand things as a sacred text.
I can explain it to you, Brenda, if you want me to explain how parallel.
No, I don't need it explained. I don't need it explained.
Okay,
so
well,
if
I'm just thinking for anybody else. If anybody else is going to be listening to this, they might be able to learn something, mightn't they?
Me. No, so the fifth postulate says for any line A and point B not on line A, there's one and only one line which passes through point B and yet does not intersect with the line A. That's Euclid's fifth postulate.
That's not.
Yes, it is.
No, that's a modern reinterpretation of it, isn't it?
So it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
I can read you out the actual. Brenda just said then it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Well, it's not the same thing. And it's wordily done to make it really confusing for people. So that somebody can slip a bit of Blue Marble Science in. You know. Like the Blue Marble scientists do. Well, that's what Brenda's trying to do now. Try and use words to confuse people. Diletheists. One, if you want me to.
It doesn't matter. It's not a sacred script.
It's not right. Okay. So
it's
what is the
book.
not
not
Euclidean geometry?
Well, so in non-Euclidean, in elliptical geometry, right, there would be an infinite number of lines passing through point B, which would intersect with line A. And in hyperbolic geometry, there would be no lines.
It's hyperbolic. Do you hear that? One of them, there would be an infinite number of lines that would intersect. I don't know how that's not, why that's different than Euclid. This
Maybe
is.
Brenda was talking about parallel lines.
Yeah, I thought he was as well. I'm going to replay this because this one is particularly for the Blue Marble scientists. Listen up, guys. One of your preachers is about to preach the shit that you're going to have to now defend. Listen. Unless we all just say it's Brenda talking shit. You don't believe a word that dude says, do you?
What?
That's not.
Yes, it is.
No, that's a modern reinterpretation of it, isn't it?
So it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
I can read you out the actual one if you want me to.
It doesn't matter. It's not a sacred script.
It's not right. Okay. So
It's
what
not
is
a sacred
the
book.
not
It's not a holy book.
Euclidean geometry
So in
statement?
non-Euclidean in elliptical geometry, right, there would be an infinite number of lines passing through point B, which would intersect with.
Which would intersect. Like, why is that a parallel? Is that an interpretation of parallel? Because the definition of parallel means that they don't meet. And now we've got an infinite number that do intersect. Like, that can't be parallel, can it? That can't be. A diletheist's understanding of parallel now means intersecting. This is what you're going to have to go with, though, guys. Blue Marble Science. Elite Preacher. Brenda.
Line A. And in hyperbolic geometry, there would be no lines.
Is hyperbolic not non-Euclidean geometry as well? Is that just
Correct.
a name for a non-Euclidean geometry?
You don't know what hyperbolic geometry is?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, so it's
So how do you differentiate hyperbolic from non-Euclidean?
Well,
there you go. Now we're having, we've got Euclidean geometry and then we've got not Euclidean geometry, but not Euclidean geometry can be this Euclidean geometry. But if you're talking about that not Euclidean geometry, they can say no, not that Euclidean geometry, this one. And you go, what, that one? And they go, no, not that one. It's really awkward. Once you move away from reality, Euclidean geometry, the known understood squares and circles and triangles that everybody knows about, that's Euclidean. Just pointing out to people now, thanks to Brenda, I mean, this is about 3 years old, this particular thing, and the misunderstanding of 2D and 3D. Well, here we are. Welcome to the preacher of the Blue Marble Science called Brenda. And now Brenda's going to tell everybody that Euclidean, not that one. Not that. That's the geometry that Brenda's using in order to tell that the surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions. They're using not Euclidean geometry, but strangely enough, Euclidean geometry is what defines the 2 dimensions that you all understand to be 2 dimensions, the XY plane, or the YZ plane, or the YX plane. Makes no difference. It's the 2 that govern what 2 dimensions is. Everybody can work that out. Simple.
So hyperbolic
I'm sorry,
has
Bev.
negative curvature.
Bev, I insist that
you-
Brenda asks.
and
Bev,
elliptical
listen,
geometry has
make
positive
Brenda
curvature.
answer that last question. The last question you asked her was, is hyperbolic a type of non-Euclidean geometry? Make her answer that
Yes,
with
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Right. Thank you.
Yes. In hyperbolic geometry, the
Okay,
space
so
has
when you say
negative curvature everywhere.
non-Euclidean, do you include hyperbolic or do you just add that on afterwards for extra thing? So when you say non-Euclidean, you mean hyperbolic and other geometries as well, do you?
Well, you would get that from the context. Normal people can understand context.
Okay. You will get that from the context. Another part of Blue Marble Science, vagueness.
Context of what?
Yeah. context of
specified.
not that.
Yes, not Euclidean.
Yeah, the
This is
context of
so-
not that. It's brilliant. This is what the blue marble science is built around. It is the not that. Because they've struggled to define anything really, because they've got nothing to go with. But anything you say, they say no, not that. And that's how you work out what's going on. They're falsifying reality really to develop a faith, the biggest faith I think there is at the minute. The most religious group there is the blue marble science community, religious sect, hardcore.
Okay, so,
Brenda's a minister.
Is hyperbolic geometry the non-Euclidean geometry that you're going to be using?
No.
No. Okay.
We're
so
talking
which
about
is
a sphere.
which
as
is
you
the
recall,
non-Euclidean
as you recall,
geometry that you are going to be using, Brenda?
It's spherical. It's spherical geometry.
Okay, right. Okay.
Because we're talking. Because you asked about. Because you asked about.
I think that's brilliant as well, that. Which is the non-Euclidean geometry you're going to be using? Spherical. Spherical. And a sphere is a Euclidean. Yeah. But not. Ladies and gentlemen, the first and perhaps the biggest antinomy there is. The not that geometry that actually is that. But not that. It's one of the biggest tricks that I think's ever been played on these people, and I really feel sorry for them. But how about that one for a global antinomy? The biggest one. I call it the great paralogism. The very geometry that you want to pretend you're using is based around the very geometry that you say you're not using. It's amazing. One of the biggest and best. The great paralogism.
Because you asked about the surface of a sphere. The surface of a sphere, right, can be described by only 2 dimensions. Therefore, it is 2-dimensional.
Yeah, but you do have a problem, don't you? Because the framework of that. Yeah.
There's
the
no
framework
point,
of that
no
geometry that you're
sphere,
dealing with there has to be built
there's-
around Euclidean spheres, right? That which
there's
are
no
3-dimensional.
There's no point on the surface of a sphere that cannot be described.
That's me telling Brenda 3 years ago. Does anybody listen to this or anything? No. There's only 141 views on this video. There's lots of videos on my channel like that, talking to people like this. That's what we've been doing, studying, watching, listening, seeing how people react. It's strange that we find ourselves in this position now. Blue, we'll get round to you. Keep going though. We're talking about your scientific method tonight and all this week. I know you won't be able to see them. None of the contradictions that I've mentioned so far can be seen or known about by the blue marble scientist community. They can't see them. So if you can't see them either, then you may have had this little magic trick performed on you too. We are just talking about advanced simplicity. Just take my words as they are. Don't try and imply any model into this thinking. Just try and listen to what I'm saying. That goes to you too, Blue. This is Geometry 101. If you're using a geometric sphere, a Euclidean three-dimensional shape to base your geometry upon, it's hardly not Euclidean when you're using it as your entire framework. You've got a massive problem. You should have seen that. But like I say, I've been asking for the globe geometers to come out and have a chat, and they don't. And they don't like talking about these basic, simple facts. Breaking everything down to the most simple first principles. Anytime you want, Blue, send somebody over, whoever's the best. We've talked to a few of them, and they just simply just don't want to talk. We'll talk about zenith angles if you want, verticals, straight lines. You should have sent Wally over, or I hope Wally told you all of the stuff that he didn't bother coming in here. All of his delusions. I hope you didn't listen to him. You're going to be in for a shock.
By using 2 dimensions.
Would that be like latitude and longitude type thing?
That would be one way. You could use.
They'd be two-dimensional coordinates, right?
You could use other coordinate systems. You could use polar coordinates.
So Brenda seems to be going along with latitude and longitude, like Blue Marble Science has told her. Well, maybe Brenda told Blue Marble Science. Nobody told Betty, though. Betty said they're not the coordinates. So watch out. You've got a bit of dissent in your ranks, guys. Get your act together. You can't have it, but oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you can, because you can have it both ways. Dialetheist science. Contradictory science. The science of contradictions. Acceptance.
Or other coordinates.
But they would be classed as two-dimensional coordinates, would they?
Right, because the surface is two-dimensional.
Okay, yeah, brilliant. But can we just go?
There you go. So the entire understanding of 2 dimensions is because you've got latitude and longitude, and everybody knows that 2 dimensions is a plane. Just some people have the ability to mind bend it. Imaginometry. Their imaginometry skills are better than the average person, the average critical thinker. Go back to that the 5th postulate that you said.
You agreeing? You agreeing, right?
Can we go back?
You just agreed that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
No. I just admitted that longitude and latitude are 2-dimensional.
Blue. Don't know whether you're aware of this or not, but we've just spent the last 3 years talking about this, giving people proofs about things. And for some reason, you've gone, yeah, that doesn't really mean anything. I'm going to completely show my model up for what it is to mathematicians and geometers, everybody really. So I thank you for that, Blue. This will be very nice for me. It'll give me a chance to explain all of the things that I'm talking about. Obviously not to any diletheists out there, but that's what we're doing. We're slowly going over what we've been doing here, Blue, and how we came to this conclusions. They will become apparent this week.
Dimensional coordinates.
So
and you said the surface is 2-dimensional, and I agreed with you. Yes.
Could you give me
Can we go back? Can we go back to the
no,
postulate that you said?
No.
The 5th.
No.
You said
no,
it changed from Euclidean to non-Euclidean somehow. How's that?
You need to. You say, if you say that the surface of a sphere is three-dimensional, right?
Yes, because the sphere.
Give me
it is
give me the
bounding.
three. Give me the three dimensions.
Length, breadth, and height.
The surface of a
sorry,
sphere
thickness.
doesn't have,
Length, breadth, and thickness.
right. The surface of a sphere has zero thickness.
Sorry? It has a
surface-
diameter, doesn't it?
No, the sphere has a diameter. The surface does not.
But from side to side. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't have thickness.
It has a surface on each end of a diameter, a distance away from each other.
The surface goes like from one side of the sphere to the other.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it
No,
does.
it doesn't go. No, it doesn't. It simply covers the surface. It doesn't.
Which is three-dimensional.
traverse-
Yeah.
It does.
I like it. Anybody check out the chat? Blue Marbles using the word diletheism. I think that's a win for me. Ching ching. Thank you very much.
It does not traverse
You're
the
not going to
interior
get me
of
disagreeing with you.
of the sphere.
It is a sphere that is three-dimensional, and the surface
Yes,
covers
yes,
it.
The sphere is three-dimensional. The surface is two-dimensional.
Seems a bit funny. This. Can we go back and do your postulate?
No, we
thing?
need to. This is what we're going on until you come to understand it.
No, Brendy, what you're trying to do is get me to change my mind, and I'm pretty
Yes,
rock
yes,
solid
I
that
am.
when I look at a ball, a sphere, the surface wraps around that sphere. So when
Yes.
I'm looking at a sphere, I'm looking at the surface. So therefore,
Yes.
when I look at it, I see a three-dimensional surface.
No, you don't. You see a
Yes, I do.
two-dimensional surface.
Don't tell me what I
wrapping
don't see,
around-
Brenda.
Right,
I'm
you
the
see
one
a
that's looking.
Two-dimensional surface. Too bad.
You
Too bad.
think it's too.
See, now this is gaslighting from Brenda. Another favourite tactic of the Blue Marble scientific method. Just denial and gaslight and getting all of your mates in as well. And everybody else in the chat, Blue Marble Science and Stefan, all of those people, all of them, gaslighting at the minute. It's interesting.
You don't get to
Two-dimensional,
have-
and
you don't
that's
get to have-
brilliant and all.
Fine.
But
Fine. Then give me the three. Then give me the three dimensions that
length,
describe the
breadth,
surface of a sphere.
thickness.
There's no thickness to the surface of a sphere. It's zero.
There's a diameter to a sphere, so
That's
would
the
be.
diameter to the sphere, but that's not the surface, is it? That would be the interior, wouldn't it?
The interior. Yeah, well, that's the distance from one side to the other.
Right. That would be the
Yeah, in
inside of the
all-
sphere, not the surface. In other words,
directions,
not the
Brenda.
surface.
In
That would be
all
the surface.
directions. You're thinking of a flat somehow.
No, I'm not thinking
Yeah,
of
you're
flat.
thinking
There's
of
no-
a plane.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
You're getting
There
confused
is
with,
no-
with reality that you
there's
see
no
that is on a plane. And you're then thinking, that has to wrap around a ball. So therefore, what
Yeah, that's
I
exactly
see
what it does.
is a plane, and that must wrap around a ball. Therefore,
The surface of a
two-dimension
sphere
of
isn't
a
planar.
surface of a
What
sphere
are you
must
talking
be
about? The
two-dimensional,
surface-
right?
The surface of a sphere is not planar.
Did you like that? You think I summed up the Blue Marble scientific method of how they derive 2D or on a ball? You just imagine a 2D wrapped on a ball.
Yes, but in that way, this surface of the ball would lose diameter. So that surface would be without diameter. Strange. but-
Yeah. Blue Marble scientific method. It's worked for a few years.
It's curved everywhere.
Yeah,
It has
exactly.
no
In
flat
3
surface on it.
dimensions. It doesn't curve in just 2 dimensions, does it? It curves in 3.
It doesn't
Bev,
matter.
it-
It's
a sphere.
two-dimensional.
Bev,
Two-dimensional
it's-
object
it's-
in a 3-dimensional space. Yeah.
Brenda, just give me a sec. It seems that where the issue is that in reality we've got a 3-dimensional object. Mathematically, Brenda's found a way to describe it in using just 2 axes by bending a grid system around it, and then she can claim that it's only in 2 dimensions, but it's only in 2 dimensions within that grid system, that model that she's created. In the real world, it is 3-dimensional, Brenda.
Yeah, she's
Math
reverse
is
engineered
real
spherical
world.
geometry or
We're
reverse
not talking
engineered
about we're not talking about
coordinate
the real
system.
world.
Yeah, we are talking about the real world.
No,
Everything we
no,
talk
we're
about is
not.
about the real world. Yeah, we are,
About
Brenda.
math. We're talking about math. We're not
No,
talking
we,
how
we are
abstract.
talking about reality.
abstractions. Yeah, but math is not real. It's an abstraction.
Here we go. Now Brenda's reverting into Alice in Wonderland, going down the rabbit hole in order to revert away from reality. The moment reality was mentioned, Brenda wanted to hide away in abstraction. It's interesting tactic of the blue marble scientist.
And
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, was that somebody in here? Or was that?
This is not correct, because abstraction means pulling something from something. And in logic, of course, in Aristotelian logic, it meant always that we are pulling something from reality. So the abstract is pulled, our thought about thing pulled out from this thing. So you have to have this thing in reality first. So abstraction is not fantasy. Brenda says that it is, but it is not.
Yeah. Okay, so where is this then? Or is it what Brenda's imagining? Is that what Brenda's talking about? Like a specific internalized Brenda's not that?
Yeah, this is what Brenda is talking about. This is fantasy. But
undescribable, right?
yes, and contradictory.
Yeah.
Because you cannot have curved dimensions. Because one curved dimension is in 2 normal dimensions.
Yeah.
So this is just nonsense.
Talking about math.
Exactly. Yes.
You're
Exactly.
making
We're
our
talking
point
about math.
perfectly, Brenda. Because you can abstractly describe something mathematically doesn't mean the reality is the same. And a sphere is a brilliant example of it. Well done.
Right. Right. A rubber ball is not a perfect sphere.
And?
Yeah, I'm not talking about a rubber ball. We're talking about a mathematical object called a sphere.
No.
Which has a 2-dimensional
We're talking
surface.
about an actual sphere in reality.
No. We're not.
Yeah, we
no,
are.
We're not.
We are.
No, we're not.
I know you
No,
don't
we're
like
talking
the
about-
you don't like reality very much.
See, there you go. Brenda isn't even talking about a sphere in reality. What does that tell you? What Brenda's talking about? Blue marble science. Blue marble scientific method. Even when Brenda's arguing, Brenda's not talking about reality. When we are. That's what we're doing. We're talking about reality. But the blue marble scientists, they get scared about reality. Anything existential, and they run from it. Sorry, go on.
This, of course, means that people backing Brenda up in the live chat on YouTube right now on what Brenda is saying, they're also not talking about reality.
Yeah.
They're also talking about blue marble science.
Yeah. That's what blue marble science is. Like the science of not that. And since reality is reality, the blue marble science version is not that. It's just not. Now, whatever not that is, that's up to you. You can have reality is being reality, but the not that is something that you make up and construct all by yourself. Blue marble science is the science of the not that. Do it yourself. Make it up yourself. You'll know what your blue marble science is. Everyone has their own. That's why they can't really discuss it. And they don't really like coming and discussing with us, because whoever we talk to, then they'll go back and say, their guys will say, you didn't do this right and you didn't do that right. Because everybody has their own particular model. The model of the not that.
Much. It's imaginary, right?
I love reality. And
Okay.
and this is the description. These are abstractions. These are abstract concepts which you have extreme difficulty with, elementary school concepts. So a sphere is a three-dimensional object which has a two-dimensional surface.
Only if you use a bendy line geometry coordinates.
See, only if you use a bendy line. I mean, like, no. There's no such thing as a bendy line geometry system. Doesn't exist. Beddy'll tell you. He's a logician. He'll tell you it's not dimensions.
System.
Yes,
In reality, it's still Brenda. It's still three-dimensional in real world, and that's what we're talking about.
In elliptical geometry, lines are called great circles. Great circles are lines.
What's the fifth?
See, listen to that. Now, a line is a circle. A great circle, no doubt. Get ready. Blue marble science is sciencing geometry and then saying, not that. There's going to be some breakthroughs coming from blue marble scientists this year. I've got a good feeling about it. They gave up proofs at the beginning of this year. Look at where they've come to now. Blue marble's sort of regaining proofs. They're literally sciencing proof out of thin air. From where there was none. 1 year on, the development. Blue marble's drawing lines. Like he's rewriting an axiom as a proposition and coming up with a proof. It's genius. Absolute genius.
So in that case, Brenda,
what's the fifth postulate, please, Brenda?
I've just realised if we apply Brenda's grid coordinate system and describe it as two-dimensional, that means you can't distinguish between a sphere and a circle, because a circle's got 2 dimensions on the x and the y axis, but your sphere's also got 2 dimensions. So how would you distinguish mathematically between the two models?
They are topologically equivalent.
So then you can't distinguish between a sphere and a circle.
Well, you could, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think so.
There you go.
It has a two-dimensional surface. Well, one way is that on the surface of a sphere, you can have 3 right angles, and they will on a triangle that will add up to greater than.
Well, that's terrible. That's it. Blue marble science.
Aporia.
Yeah. Aporia. 2D. 2D and 2D meet 2D. And what's the difference between a sphere and a circle? It's terrible. Like, people will literally go mad trying to solve this one. Unsolvable. Impossible.
180. And that's not true on a planar surface. On a planar surface.
The point I made though is but Brenda, do you want
you can have on a planar surface the interior angles of a triangle will add up to 180 degrees.
Sure.
On a spherical on a non-Euclidean spherical surface, it's greater than 180 degrees, and on a and on a hyperbolic surface.
How many's that? So Euclidean is 180. Everybody knows that. Triangles have 180 degrees. And how many was it for a non-Euclidean? How many?
Not that.
That's right. Not that. Not the Euclidean. It's just not that, because it's not Euclidean. So it's not that. It's very non-specific, but I suppose you have to be if you're dealing in the not that, the science of not that. Do you think we could label the blue marble science as the science of not that? I think that sums it up quite well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's
Not
less.
that science.
Yeah, not that science. Yeah. Sounds better than the blue marble science, doesn't it? The science of the not that. I like that. That'd be a good t-shirt, that.
So, Brenda, let's just push your concept of your abstract maths
So
out
that's how
stage
you.
further.
That's how you would distinct. That's how you would tell.
Okay.
If you're on the surface of a
Uh-oh.
sphere, and that is in fact one way that we can
Right,
show
give
that
us
the
a
Earth is in
second
fact
with
round.
this one, Tony.
Is by
this
showing
is,
that there are
Brenda,
that you can have three angles
with triangles,
on,
but
on the
we
surface of
bring
the
it
Earth
back to
that
reality.
add up to greater. Add up to. I'm talking about reality.
Right. Well,
On
let
the
me
surface of the
let me
Earth,
jump
you
in.
have the interior triangle angles of a triangle add up to greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah, you say that. Right. Brilliant.
That's how it works on a spherical
Brenda,
surface.
surveyors, like they work in reality, right? Now, when they measure and they do triangulations for measurements, do they have more than 180 degrees when they measure the triangles on the land?
Yeah, I don't know anything about surveying.
Well, they're triangles, right? So you just said if you want to work out the angle, the surface that you're on, you measure the interior angles of a triangle, Gauss, right? So when the surveyors are out in reality with their theodolites measuring angles and triangles and distances and stuff, do they measure more than 180 degrees in their triangles?
I don't know. You could have Jesse Kozlowski come in and talk. I don't know.
Oh, Brenda said we should get Jesse Kozlowski in to answer the triangle question. The surveyors measuring angles in reality, obviously, triangles have 180. But, like Gauss said, you can tell the surface you're on by measuring the angles of a triangle. Now, I was under the impression that we lived in Euclidean 3 space. So the angles of a triangle would have 180. But Brenda says Jesse Kozlowski should be the one to come, because Brenda doesn't really know. Even though Brenda seems pretty sure about the parallel line thing, doesn't seem to understand the link that has to triangles having 180 degrees, which is a little bit strange. A bit like blue marble science. They're blinded. They can't see what's right in front of them. It's one of the problems of blue marble science, the science of the not that. When you put something, an obvious truth, right in front of people's faces, the blue marble scientist has to say, well, not that. So that's the very one thing that they can't seem to see. It's like it's not there. Once that becomes the focus of the not that, then that's the that. And you can't have it. It's not that. So it just disappears, as though it's not even there. Blue marble science and the blue marble scientific method. One of the points where I'm sort of building it up. It's going to be a side piece to imaginometry. Imaginometry is the geometry, but Blue Marble Science is going to be part of that series. Imaginometry and the science of the not that. Might be damn. That's good. I like that.
Right, but you just claimed that there was a way of you knowing what sort of a shape you
there
live
is.
on, but you don't know whether that would happen or not.
Oh, it does happen, and people have measured it.
So they have measured more than 180 degrees in triangles.
Yes, yes.
There you go. Claimed by the Blue Marble scientist preacher Brenda. Triangles measured in reality with more than 180 degrees. One of the best claims I've ever heard. And that would be the proof that anybody needs. Like Larry Scott told my son. In reality, yes, triangles have to have more than, at least within the Blue Marble science. What I'm calling this is the art of argumentation, but it's the elenchus, this process, asking Brenda questions. Takes a while to filter these questions through to be able to ask them, but it's the response that you're waiting for. I hope everybody can hear it.
Excuse me.
Yo.
I just have a quick interruption.
Yeah.
You're going to be attacked in about 15 minutes.
I'm going to be
attacked.
Sorry?
You're going to be attacked.
Attacked?
In about 15 minutes. Yeah, attacked in about 15 minutes.
What, here?
No, on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel.
Oh, great. Oh, well. Yeah, let him go. It's
No,
all
I know.
right.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to give you the heads up. If you wanted to watch it, maybe shut down early and we'll go through and watch it with them.
What are we going to do? Listen to Q just shouting?
Yeah.
It's pointless.
Yeah.
I just wanted
If he
to
could
let
ever
you know.
talk, if he could ever talk calmly and rationally, perhaps we would
I
listen.
have a.
Yeah, let the drama play out. You know, Logos will tell us. Yeah.
That's right. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So they're touting it. Yeah, everybody's getting warned beforehand about it. Okay. Here we go.
Yes.
Right. Who?
Three 90-degree angles. 3 90-degree angles.
They've measured 3 90-degree angles in a triangle, have they?
Yes.
Measured in like surveyors.
Yes.
And
well, not surveying. It would be too large for surveying.
Yeah, not surveying. Probably
Not
just
that.
two dudes sort of measuring angles. Could be. Couple of old dudes that go around telling people that they've measured triangles more than 180 degrees. There's not many of those two dudes that have done that. I don't know how many there is. It's a big claim that, obviously they've told tales about, like, it's like the angle, the fisherman, isn't it? The fish that, like I did catch one. It's fucking huge. Keeps getting bigger. Well, this is one of those, like globe surveyors wanting to be taken as globe surveyors, Blue Marble Science surveyors. Then they'll just come up with these tales where they've, in fact, even enough to tell my son. It's on video. Got Larry Scott on video telling my son that triangles get more than 180 degrees. The bigger the triangle gets, the more angles it gets. Gets given some. It's fantastic. But it has to be. Because triangles have 180 degrees. And this, as we know, is the science of the not that, then you can't have 180 degrees. That's how many angles a triangle can't have with these guys.
Right, so you would start, for instance, at the equator.
But then no, but Brenda, we're talking about reality, right? You've just said you are talking about reality. Stick to reality. Surveyors, do they measure triangles with greater than 180 degrees? Please.
I have no idea.
No.
I have no idea.
Okay, so
I have no idea.
Brenda's got no idea of any surveyors that have ever done that. Now, Brenda does know of people that have said that. So either he knows that they're not surveyors, or he knows that they're just bullshitting. Brenda knows a lot more than Brenda's saying. I guess that Brenda knows that they're not surveyors, that they're just playing characters. There's no point for you to bring that point up then, is there?
This isn't the point of surveying.
What?
This is the point where you can...
But you've just said you don't know, so why do you bring it up?
I don't know about surveying. I do know about...
Why do you bring it up then?
Because this isn't surveying.
What isn't surveying? The reality of geometry.
What you're not letting me talk about is what's not surveying, which you know, and you're not letting me talk about it because you're afraid. So you start from the equator, right? And
Brenda.
You go to make a 90-degree
you're
angle
on
from the
a model there, aren't you?
North Pole. Just a minute.
Is this on two-dimensional coordinates?
You know, if you're just going to continue to interrupt me, I'm going to leave. Well, that's what you're here for, right?
That's what I'm here for.
Right, is to get one over people that you don't like.
Now, what changed? Because something just definitely changed with Brenda. Like flipped. Go back. Remember the argument. Remember the a state of aporia. And this is a reaction to it. Sorry?
Yeah, you're here to get satisfaction about getting it over on people that you think have wronged you in some way.
I don't know. What's
Projection.
that about? What is that about?
Yeah, that's something going on there.
Weird, right?
Super weird.
Yeah.
I think it's projection.
Yeah, it's like something's just flipped the switch. But I mean, hey, that's what Brenda could think. Remember, we're sat in a Discord server that Brenda came into. So how could I be here wanting to get one over on people that have wronged me? Like, how's that happen? If Brenda's the one that came in. It's got to be projection. Hey, Blue Marble Science. This is definitely part of that. Brenda's definitely a Blue Marble scientist. Blue's been in the chat supporting him. Where's this teamwork?
That's why you interrupt.
I'm more interested in this now. It's much better.
No, that's why you interrupt so much.
Do you feel that you've wronged me, or do you feel that I think you might have wronged me?
I think that this is your way of getting back at people for some unknown reason.
What, by explaining about reality and geometry, and
by being a Poe on the internet, because you're a Poe.
Poe.
Right, you're a Poe.
What's a pro, Brenda?
You don't know what a Poe is.
I'm just, you know what I mean. You know me. I'm just here doing this.
No, you're a Poe.
What's that, Brenda? Please.
Somebody who pretends to be something they're not.
And what am I pretending to be?
A flat earther.
That you think There you go. Where was that mentioned? This is another familiar cry of the blue marble scientist. When they're performing their scientific method, this is one of the main things that strengthens their case always.
Oh, Brenda, and the irony of saying that is not lost, you know.
I think I'm not. I've always said,
You're
Brenda,
not a flat earther.
I'm not. No, because there's topography, mountains and valleys negate flatness.
But nobody thinks that that's no flat earther thinks that because we have valleys and mountains that the earth isn't flat. Nobody thinks that.
You think the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. That's pretty much the same, isn't it?
No, it's not the same.
Yeah.
But there.
Why is it not the same?
It's the same with just fewer steps. One just says the earth is flat, and the other one makes it more convoluted and says the surface of the sphere is 2D. Like that. Yeah, it's the same.
And I'm here just saying, it's not flat. We know how it's measured, not flat. So, wake up, guys. It is. It's the way I see it. The mountains and valleys, right?
Let me give you a hint.
They're three-dimensional. They're not flat.
Let me give you a hint. Real flat earthers are not distracted by the fact that we have mountains and valleys. They think
real flat earthers from Brenda. Like, she's like assigning people this bullshit. It's like, you will accept this not flat being flat. Diletheism. Take it. I'm going to give it to you. I'm telling you. This is blue marble scientific method. Desperation. Desperation science.
flat, even though there are hills and valleys.
Okay.
They know that.
What
but
about
you don't
real
know
globe
that.
earthers?
You don't
Do they
know
think
that
the
because you're not
surface of a
very
sphere
smart.
is two-dimensional?
You don't know that because you're not very smart at pretending to be a flat earther.
All right, I'm not pretending to be me correctly enough.
No, you're pretending to be a flat earther, but you're not smart enough to pull it off.
Brenda has just told you that you don't know about mountains and valleys, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not, not smart enough to know about mountains and valleys, really.
Well, Brenda thinks the mountains and valleys, the surface of mountains and valleys is 2D as well.
Yeah.
The surface of everything is 2D. Like, Brenda's the original flat earther. Everything is 2D. Everything's 3D, but the surface of everything is 2D. It's crazy. But there you go. That's the blue marble scientist for you. Brilliant. Can we go back to reality then?
Sure. If you take a right angle from the equator, go north to the North Pole, take another right angle, and go back down to the equator again, and then back to your original point, you have a triangle with 3 90-degree angles that add up to greater than 180 degrees.
That's like my ball that I've got. You just cut an eighth of the ball out, and hey presto, that's what Brenda's talking about. 390 degrees on, like the X, Y, and Z in the center. They would be your 390s. I think I've shown everyone.
And that's how you can know that we live on a globe.
No, that's how you know you've just done geometry on a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. A Euclidean ball.
And you can
do that in reality, right?
Yes.
We'll check with Jesse, right? That he measures triangles with greater than 180 degrees, because this was 3 years ago. Jesse disappeared. He's never actually answered that. In fact, he disappeared before we had chance to even ask him. He's gone. He's never coming back. That's Jesse Kozlowski, the guy that all of these people use. Well, this guy and another guy that may or may not live in Maine. But Blue Marble Science Geometry Surveying. Blue Marble Science Surveying does this. And that's who Brenda's talking about. Jesse Kozlowski. Remember, he's the guy that told Blue to put a hump in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain.
If he does, then he would be validating what you say. But if he doesn't, and like I suspect, triangles only have 180 degrees in them.
Well, triangles.
Otherwise,
on
they're
the
not
surface.
really triangles, as far as I'm concerned.
No, that's you trying to think.
Triangles
it's
have 3 straight sides and 180-degree internal angles. That's what I know about triangles.
Not in non-Euclidean geometry, they don't.
There you go. The science of the not that. So you say triangles have this, and they say not in the not one that I'm thinking about. Not in the not that. Not that in the not that. Science.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the surface of a
Do you want to go back to the fifth postulate in non-Euclidean geometry? Just for
no, I want you to tell me. I want you
so you
to
don't
tell
know
me.
then. Nah, okay.
I want you to tell.
You don't
I
really
want you
know
to
the
tell me.
rules.
I want you to tell me the 3 dimensions of the surface of a sphere.
Length, breadth, and thickness, as defined. Book
the surface
11.
The book
of
doesn't say
Euclidean
anything about a
geometry.
surface. The
Pardon?
book doesn't say that the surface has. The book doesn't say the surface has thickness.
That which bounds a solid is a superficie.
Surface is a surface.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't say that that surface has thickness.
Yeah, but there is a dimensionality to it.
No, it doesn't say that.
What? It doesn't say
Definition
that a
2.
surface of a sphere has dimensionality to it in
Definition
3
2.
dimensions.
Yeah, definition 2 says nothing about the surface having thickness.
Oh, Brenda, like, it's got it on screen there. Definition 1 is the solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. That's a solid. A sphere is a solid, right? So a sphere has all of those 3 dimensions. Now, Brenda is going to think, much like the Blue Marble scientists, that the next bit, that which bounds a solid, is a superficies. Is going to completely disregard the solid being which has length, breadth, and thickness, 3 dimensions. Completely disregarding it. That's Blue Marble science for you. Second definition, forgetting about the first one, even though that which bounds a solid, and what's a solid? A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. Crazy, but that's how you do Blue Marble science. I hope people are listening. I hope there are some Blue Marble scientists listening that have to pick this up. Maybe they're unaware of it. Maybe they're unaware of the geometric implications of Brenda's words, the high priest of Blue Marble science. There's not many people that can talk about this sort of stuff. In fact, I think Brenda's been told to stop talking about this, mainly because, obviously, it gives the game away a bit. It says what that which bounds a solid. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about thickness for.
Yes,
it's
I know,
the
because you
surface
said it
is
has thickness.
3-dimensional. That's
It doesn't
just
say
a
that.
personal opinion, Brenda. I mean,
it doesn't say that though.
It doesn't say that.
It says one.
It says it doesn't say that, but that's what it says. How bad's that? That's a dilithius for you. You can say it, but then say it doesn't say that. You can read it, but say that it doesn't say that and that you don't understand it. Gaslighting. There's going to be a lot of this sort of stuff. It's an attack of the mind. Gotta be aware of it.
The solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. That's the solid. But the surface is that which bounds the solid.
Yeah. I just
And
think when I look at a sphere, I'm looking at the surface of that sphere. Now, when I look at it, it looks three-dimensional. So therefore, when asked the question, is the surface of a sphere 2D or 3D, I would say 3D. It's just a personal thing.
What are the three?
And there's no need for anybody to get upset or, get all heated just because somebody says...
Give me the coordinates.
Pardon?
Give me the coordinates. Give me the coordinates.
Coordinates of the surface of a sphere.
Yeah.
It's a sphere, isn't it? You can.
No,
it
give
rolls
me the
about.
coordinates.
It rolls about.
I know it. No, the sphere does. Give me the coordinates.
Do you want? Should we fix it upon an axis?
Give me the coordinates.
Define a tilt to it. Give it a vertical and a horizontal. Should we?
No, we're talking about the surface.
Yeah,
not
for
the
a sphere, you would have to, in order for it to give coordinates, you would need to fix it about an axis that it was steady on, wouldn't it? Stop it from moving.
No.
Of course you
This
would.
is
You'd need to
mathematical
say,
object.
here's your start point.
Mathematical objects don't roll about and they don't need fixing. We can assign
a two. Mathematical objects don't roll about and they don't need fixing. Can you imagine trying to put a coordinate on a marble? What use would it be? Since any other part of that ball could be in that position wherever that point was that you put on it. What use would that be? D object don't roll about. I'll give you that. 2D objects definitely
give me
don't
the coordinates.
Roll. There you go. That's a good one. 2D objects don't roll about. Blue marble science statement. Well, no, wait a minute. They do. Okay. Blue marble science. 2D objects roll around. It's Alice in Wonderland, isn't it? Like talking to the Mad Hatter. About.
Give me the coordinates. So you got nothing, right?
Yep. I got.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Nothing.
You got nothing.
Obviously.
That's right. That's right.
If you want to give us the axioms for your geometry.
When you want to pretend to be a flat earther, try a little bit harder. Think it through a little bit more.
Brenda, can you see the mountains and valleys?
Said no flat earther anywhere.
Right.
Real flat earther.
That's topography.
Real.
Can you see the mountains and valleys? Brenda said no flat earther ever, even though I've just said it, which means that I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah.
Literally. Diatheist. Crazy.
Also, right before that, he says, if you want to be a flat earther, you have to try harder. Also implying you're not a flat earther.
Yeah. So sad.
You have to be blind and deny senses, as I said before.
Yeah.
It has to come to that point when people like Brenda has to deny his senses. And he did many times.
Yeah, I think they've just lost logic. They've had their mind exploded. Their internal logical system has been exploded by modern society or whatever. It doesn't, I don't know. But this is a case study of what happens when you literally explode a logical system within a mind. Nothing seems to make sense. And they can contradict themselves as they're saying something and then imagine that you don't understand it. It's crazy. Backwards thinking. Blue marble science, though. I mean, this is the science of blue marble. Thanks, Blue, for bringing this to our attention.
Hypsometry.
Real flat earthers
height
are not
above
confused.
sea level.
Real flat earthers don't try.
That's
real
Hypsometry, right? I don't know if that's easier. But when we said the other day, iso-ipsi, right? Equal height, even height, equal height. That ipsi is the hypsometry. The height of the land. The geometry, the hips, the height. The metry, the measurement of the height, hypsometry. Iso-ipsi is an equal height. Contour lines. Horizontal slices. It's not flat. The best argument you will ever hear. Triggering to a lot more people than you imagine. Advanced simplicity, come in.
Dimensional, isn't it? A horizontal plane is a two-dimensional surface.
Real flat earthers don't think.
Is that what you imagine your surface of a sphere to be, like a horizontal plane?
I need you to stop.
Is it that 2 dimensions? Because that's what I think 2 dimensions is. Like a horizontal plane. Right?
So you have.
Is a horizontal plane 2-dimensional, Brenda? Do you?
All planes are 2-dimensional.
All right.
Okay. There you go.
And the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional.
The
surface of a cone.
How's that? Dilithiast. Plane is 2D and the surface of a sphere is 2D. It's impossible. Dilithiast.
Yes, that is the same issue with the surface of the circle and surface of the sphere.
Yeah. Exploded mind. I hope people aren't falling for this, right? I hope no elderly gents have been pushed forward to make videos or forced to make videos about anything for any reason. I'd hate to think that Brenda and Brenda's words have pushed anybody into a state of madness, following a dream that can never be fulfilled. Exploded minds can do damage when left to. I mean, can you think where else people like Brenda and Rumpus and Zanuck, where else could they go? I mean, what do they do? Where else would they fit in with their obsessions and their afflictions? I don't know where they go, other than within an arena of compliant people.
Is 2-dimensional. The surface of a ellipsoid is 2-dimensional, right? The surface of a hyperbolic saddle shape is 2-dimensional.
The surface of a cube.
2-dimensional.
That is two-dimensional, that though, isn't it? Did that throw a spanner in the works?
Yeah, it is a cube. The surface of a cube is two-dimensional, right?
Yeah, because they're individual
planar.
squares, aren't they? They're two-dimensional shapes,
They're
right?
not, what do you mean individual? What do you mean individual? They're not individual.
The
face
surfaces, yes, of a cube, Brenda.
face.
Yes.
Right. It's flat, right?
Six,
and planar.
isn't there?
It's flat
Six,
and planar.
all square. Squares have
Right. It's
what? What's
two-dimensional.
the
It's two-dimensional, correct?
When we say a square,
Because
yeah.
you can unfold.
Four right angles. Four.
See, listen. This is how long ago I knew where the answer is. The answer's in perpendicular, the square, i.e. the triangle. That's where it's at. That's where it's always been at. Blue Marble, welcome to Euclid. The square is to the triangle, as the triangle is to the circle. Welcome to Euclid.
Four similar sides. Can you think of
Bev.
any more?
Bev.
The diagonals,
Bev.
both of the diagonals
Bev.
are the same length,
you're just-
and
Bev,
they intersect
I need you to
perpendicularly.
focus.
Ooh,
Bev,
actually,
try
the
to focus.
the sides of
I'm
a
talking
square
to you,
also
Bev.
have parallel.
Bev, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Please respond. So if you take a cube, you can unfold it, and it can be a two-dimensional plane, right?
Developable surfaces.
Right. So the surface of a cube is two-dimensional.
It's loads of squares. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
so the
It
surface
doesn't
of a
roll
cube,
like when you put it on a two-dimensional surface. It goes flap, 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 flap because the two-dimensional
you
surfaces
agree. meet. So
It
you
doesn't
agree
roll
that-
because they're
Bev,
two-dimensional
I'm
surfaces.
talking, when I'm talking, I want you to listen to me.
Why is
please.
that? Do you think you've got something
Well,
that's
'cause
worthwhile
that's what-
for people to
what
hear?
adults, well, that's what a conversation consists of.
Okay.
Right. So I would like you to listen to me. So the surface of a cube is two-dimensional, and you agree to that, right?
Yes, it's squares. They're two-dimensional shapes.
Right. And the surface of a sphere is also two-dimensional because you can
three-dimensional.
unfold the
It
surface.
rolls.
No, you can unfold it. You can unfold it into a flat surface.
I just point this in. Since they're into the science of the not that, you can say that a square is a plane surface, and when it is on a plane, it meets it exactly. Therefore, a sphere is not that.
Problem with cube is that if you develop it on the or unfold this cube, you have these 6 surfaces on one plane. And if they are on one plane, you can say that they are in the same dimensions, 2 same dimensions. But if they are encompassing cube, solid object cube, they are 6 different surfaces on 6 different planes. So
Yeah,
they cannot.
intersecting with the right angle.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So they cannot be 2D. Every single surface of the cube is on different plane. So
Yeah, I was just making the point to Brenda to say that if a square is on a plane, those two match together, and you can say that a sphere is not that, right? Can't you? I mean, that's dead easy to be able to say. And if a square is 2D and a sphere is not that, then a sphere is not 2D. That would be the normal logical approach, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course. Yes, yes, I agree.
But it seems like this that internal logical system has broke down, where Brenda now wants the surface of the sphere to be that as well as not that.
Yes, but different between surface of the sphere and a cube is that surface of the sphere is one. But in Euclid definitions, we have surfaces. He didn't say surface. He said surfaces. And when he was talking about cube, prism, and other geometrical solid objects, he is specifically saying surfaces in plural, not in singular.
Yeah. Because I don't think it really gets used as a sphere. I think it was just a setup for the development within the sphere and using the triangles in 3D. I think so anyway, but we'll have to go over that at some point. That's a little bit advanced, isn't it?
Yes, but this difference makes it is making a point.
Yeah.
That because Brenda said surface of cube, and in Euclid we have surfaces. So
yeah, wants to have it all one. That's why I was saying it's just squares.
Yes, not one square.
Yeah.
You cannot encompass cube with one square.
Yeah.
So,
you can unfold a sphere into a flat circle.
You can unfold the surface of a sphere.
Can you? And can you put a coordinate?
Yeah, that's impossible. You can't do that, Brenda. Not possible. But hey, we're dealing with blue marble science here. The science of the not that. So if we're dealing with what is possible, then Brenda's dealing with the science of the not that. So literally impossible becomes part of the science of the not that.
System on that.
Yes, you can.
A two-dimensional coordinate system.
That would be a polar. That would be a polar coordinate system. You could do that. Yes, you can. Right? So you agree that a square is two-dimensional because you can unfold the square.
The polar would mean fixing it on a pole and using that as your reference. So you're going to have 2 points of reference already. But I'm guessing this is the science of blue marble, so we can forget about that within the 2D. Interestingly enough,
into a flat plane, and the surface of a sphere is also two-dimensional because you can unfold the surface of a sphere onto a two-dimensional plane.
No, you cannot.
Literally impossible. But I mean, we are dealing with blue marble scientists here, and since reality is reality, then not that is not reality. So obviously.
No, I think it's three-dimensional. But I mean, if you think you could, that's possible, then.
Well, then what's the third dimension? When I unfold or project the surface.
See, I don't want to argue with anybody about this. Everybody's fine to imagine whatever they want to imagine, and I'll talk to anybody about it. In fact, I'm still fascinated by what's going on in the minds of the blue marble scientists. I know it can never be understood, but it's worth trying. For the kids' sake, right? These people might be trying to teach this shit to kids. You never know. I doubt it any of them have got kids, like, but...
surface of a sphere onto a two-dimensional plane, tell me the third dimension.
I don't know how you do that. How you project a surface of a.
You're the person. You're the one that claims to be this geometry guy, and you don't know how to project the surface of a sphere onto a two-dimensional plane.
It's impossible.
You don't know this, and you're the one claiming to be the.
I understand how maps work and hypsometry works, right? Topography. I understand that.
That's what
I
a map is.
Understand is how you can have the surface of liquid water being a horizontal plane, and imagine that bends around a ball.
You don't imagine. You project it. You don't know what a projection is?
I'm not.
You project a water level.
And this projection is with distortion. So you cannot project without distortion. It means that this is impossible. You cannot
Maps are
translate.
to scale.
Yes, it cannot be in scale.
Well, they are to scale.
Not very good at projecting, obviously. You
geometry.
seem much better at it than me, Brenda.
You don't know geometry at all if you don't understand this.
Projection.
Projections onto the plane.
Point us to where it says it.
This is a fundamental operation of maps.
Basic Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, that's all you know. That's all you know, right? And you don't even understand that.
Whoa.
Brenda did just claim maps.
Well, I mean, it's a personal thing, isn't it?
Early in the conversation, you demonstrated that you don't understand it.
Earlier in the conversation, you said that me teaching geometry to my son was child abuse.
Yes, it is. I agree with Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, that yes, it's not illegal, right? It's not actionable, but it is a kind of abuse or neglect.
Teaching children is a kind of abuse or neglect. To a blue marble scientist, if you teach your children geometry and you tell them about the perpendicular relationship between vertical and horizontal, get ready.
It's segueing into ideology.
Yeah, it must be, because you know, if you're teaching geometry to the kids, you're inadvertently or on purpose teaching them logic, which of course blue marble science can't have that. So yeah, I guess that's where the shoe presses.
Logic, who'd have thought it, right? Logic at the heart of this.
I'm dropping to bed. Good night.
Okay. Thanks, Paper. There's only a few more minutes of this. Brenda's about to
yes,
have enough.
Really? Geometry, Euclidean geometry.
Yeah. Well, you're not teaching them geometry. That's the problem.
Who's the governor of this? Who's teaching whose kids what?
You don't understand geometry. You don't understand it. I showed that you don't understand it. Like,
science.
what was it, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour ago? You don't understand even Euclidean geometry. You don't understand it. I showed that just half an hour ago. I showed that you have no idea of what you're fucking talking about at all, about anything.
I think this is the end of your journey now, Brenda. You've started resorting to insults.
See, listen to that. Was that a handler? What happened there?
Yeah, it was at least received as an authoritative statement,
well,
because
the
Brenda
video ends,
kept quiet.
Yeah. Brenda's here. Still playing.
Go on, give us a quick look on which is the most abusive part about Euclidean geometry.
gone. Can't tell us which is the most abusive part of Euclidean geometry. I'm guessing definition 10, perpendicular.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
Or maybe even the straight line. I bet that's a bit
Could be.
abusive.
Yeah, definition 4.
Yeah. Book 11, that's like right out. That's like ultra abusive. That don't go anywhere near book 11.
Pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah, forget about it. Plain geometry, that's the best. Even that's abusive, but oof, don't go anywhere near solid.
Oof, it is tough to listen to.
Right, so wow. I don't know what people got out of that. It's just pointing out really that for years now we've been talking about the same thing, the same geometric facts, the same proofs within geometry, hoping that people might get a glimpse of what it is and actually perform these proofs so that they can know for themselves where they stand. I'm not too sure. There's not a lot of people watching, which may be better for the common good. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure this is for everybody. I'm not too sure that geometry is fully understood for what it is. It's just simply a tool to show the logical principles that derive mathematical thinking. It's a mathematical thought process taught. Obviously, the trivium comes first, but then geometry is how we prove this geometric thinking and the logic. I think
it was interesting when you were talking about the numbers earlier, just on that little segue, because when you have, say, you do a multiplication 2 by 2, that's actually a square. Or if you do 2 by 3, that's actually a rectangle. It's geometrically derived. So, like, that's the check. You can go and write it down, like draw out a rectangle or a square if you want.
And the proportions of the sides, so that'll be 2 proportions versus 3 proportions. It's the proportionality of the 2 to the 3 within the rectangle, isn't it?
Yeah, the lines, distance of the lines, and it's implied that these are right angles because it's on a grid. You have to have it as right angles to do this.
Yeah, it's even taught within mathematics, and you know, when you learn numbers and all of that, that's how you set them out. That's how you understand the principles of mathematics. Entirely derived through geometry, the whole thing. They have to give that up. That's child abuse, apparently, said by a dialetheist. The true dialetheist, right? There couldn't be any more dialetheist person than Brenda.
I would agree with that.
The most dialetheist.
This was a rare occurrence, though, because you actually had a moment of aporia being very blatantly displayed here between, you know, showing the difference between a circle and a sphere. That was no clue.
Yeah.
Rambling going on.
Imagine going into a conversation with the 2D and never actually working out the circle and the sphere like that. How could you end up in that position of aporia when you're the one that started the conversation about 2D?
Yeah. Oh, it's intense. And then telling you that, you know, Brenda showed you that you don't understand. After having displayed that, yeah, that's
They can't see it.
Dialetheism.
Yeah.
Yeah, ECV of their own behavior.
Right, it's midnight. I think it's about time for us to shut this off. Tomorrow, like I say, this week we are going to do global antinomies, where we point out these contradictions, break them down to the simplest as that they can. I think we did the 2D, 3D tonight, but anybody has any more of these sort of things, we are going to go over RBD face, George Zach, God rest his soul. Hopefully one day this week, I don't know whether it'll be tomorrow or whatever. What I do is I wake up in the morning, and sometime during the day, Logos will give me something for me to do the show with. And I'm guessing that's going to happen. At some point, we will be doing RBD face to show everybody the antinomy of globe surveying. Because once you know the problems that have derived, I mean, why did Brenda want a 2D surface of a sphere? That's the one question you should be asking yourself. Why would somebody want to put a 2D surface on a sphere? For what purpose? Ask Blue Marble Science. He's got reciprocal zenith angles. Ask somebody why they would want to use the triangle axiom to try and prove that parallels don't exist. It's very strange, especially seeing as they seem ignorant of actual geometry, like Brenda, completely oblivious to it. Just a presumed assumption that they did it at childhood. I didn't get taught the trivium to go along with it, so there's no foundations there. You don't know where it came from. You've got no understanding. Come and have a chat. We have been doing work over the years, and what we do is we simplify stuff. So hopefully I can explain this as simple as it needs to be done to anyone. All you've got to do, pop into the Discord. There's loads of people here. Right. Anyone got any final words? Yeah. Buster. Oh, I have to go with the model Affliction blue again. Thank you very much. This has been Model Affliction Monday, but we're doing a full week of it. Getting in the festive spirit. Getting everybody ready with the antinomies for these conversations that are due to come. The festive spirit is when we go and have conversations with people. So let everybody know what we're doing. Join us tomorrow. We'll do our best. Global Antinomies Week.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.